This is the equivalent of losing Scotty on the Enterprise.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you're using Zoom instead of the program that the other agencies are using. It's really difficult.
Well,
Oh,
we
really?
use Teams for most of our meetings, but with the larger meetings,
Mhm.
find Zoom's a bit better.
Zoom is better.
Yeah.
Nirvana, can you hear? I'm getting a pop-up that says Jan Lee is the host now.
Right, take it
Wow,
away,
feel the
Jan.
power.
Go
Part of
for
being
it,
a new
Jan.
commissioner, it was Jan or Woody. We had to decide on one of them.
Oh.
Good choice.
We have real problems then because I don't know how to be a host.
Right.
Nirvana's back.
Now Nirvana's back as the host.
Nirvana, are we good to go?
I think she's still wrestling you too.
Yeah, I think so.
I just got a text from her that we're good to go.
Oh, good. All right. Just checking. Do we have Eric? Do we still have you? Oh, yeah, good. Perfect. All right. So, hello, everybody. This is a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. Today is Thursday, March 17th, 2022, and it's about 12:30 p.m. We think we have our technology right, that we are ready to go. So I'm going to go for it. We have the first thing on our agenda is commissioner comments, but before we do that, we have an administrative item to take care of, which is the election of a vice chair for the commission. I'm Meg Reeves and I'm the chair, but our Bruce Korn, our former vice chair, is no longer, he's served his term and he's moved off of the commission. So it's time for us to select a new vice chair. We thank Bruce for his wonderful service. So I'm just going to go right for it. Can I get a nomination for a vice chair for this commission?
Chair Reeves.
Commissioner Mall.
Chair Reeves, I would like to nominate Eric Quimps to be our vice chair going forward.
And
Second.
and we have a second, Jan Lee seconds. So let's take a vote. Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Chiara,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Quince. Yes, I hope. Commissioner Reeves votes yes. And Eric, you're willing to, I assume you're willing to accept this position. That hesitation made me stop for a minute.
Yes, I am, Chair Reeves.
Okay.
I want to
Okay.
thank
We
the
really-
commission for the opportunity. For those if you don't know, I did spend 5 years as co-chair of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. So that was several years ago. Maybe a little rusty at first, but I appreciate the opportunity and happy to fulfill this responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And the chairing the OWEB, co-chairing the OWEB board is a big job. There's a lot of commissioner or a lot of board members. So I'm sure you're going to be up to this, and we really appreciate your willingness to take this on. And Joe is clapping, and I would like to join him in that, clapping virtually. All right, thank you. So next item is commissioner comments. And again, I'm just going to go in the order on my screen. Commissioner Lee, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Oh, let's see. Our conservation districts have put together a water webinar to kind of make it a presentation of what we call Water 102, not just permitting, but leasing and all of the flexibility concepts. And Dwight and his staff are going to come and join us for that webinar. So we're pleased to share that with all of our members and with the Oregon Conservation Partnership as well.
Great. Water 102. I like that. Commissioner Kara?
Yeah, thank you. Been kind of pensive here lately, thinking about climate change, our ongoing drought, issues that we're having with pumps growing dry, the various articles that have been coming out lately. You know, the big article that OPB put out yesterday. Kind of wondering if we're coming to kind of an inflection point on how we deal with water in the West, and have we reached our limits in a certain sense on how much there is to go around, and how do we all share that and do it equitably, I suppose. You know, can't say I'm real clear on any of these thoughts yet. They just kind of have been surfacing. And so I don't really have a clear way to frame the question yet, but there's just this kind of sense of, I think we're at a change point, and I think we all need to be aware of that and kind of be thinking about, how do we go forward? How do we make sure that, you know, yes, people have water to drink and fish have creeks to swim in, and, you know, all of that stuff. It just, maybe it's because it's a gray, gloomy day here, and I'm, you know, just been thinking a lot. But that's kind of where I'm coming at the moment, and just generally interested in having the conversations that we're going to have today and tomorrow, and especially looking forward to the one on groundwater. So
Yeah.
That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that conversation myself. Before Jan, can I do one follow-up? When is the webinar? Do you know, have a time when the webinar is?
Yes, it's March 29th at 1 o'clock, and I'd be glad to send you the link.
Yeah,
or
that'd be
anyone
great.
who's interested.
Okay. Commissioner Smitherman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves. Yes, and I want to echo, the concern from Commissioner Chiara. That is definitely drought and limited water resources is definitely a big topic of conversation right now. Has been for a while, but I think the larger community and larger general public has been paying a lot more attention to what has been going on with our water resources. And down here, it's looking pretty dry still. Even though we've got a couple of rain events, we're still not where we should be. The reservoirs and the stream flows and the snowpack is all below normal in our area. And it looks like our agricultural neighbors and customers are really going to be impacted the hardest this year, similar to last year. And I know that's something that's everyone's struggling with across the state. I also wanted to bring up that we're really encouraged by the funding that was passed this recently to help with law enforcement and help with our water masters down in our area, given the illicit cannabis operations that have been of major concern down here. I want to say thank you to all the public that wrote letters and brought this topic all the way up to the representatives and took it to the legislature, the representatives that took it on, because we're going to need that funding to help us get through this summer and to address those issues. And being that water masters, they are not law enforcement. And so they are going to need some extra help addressing some of these issues around taking water illegally for some of these operations. And so just encourage that funding is coming, that those things are being looked at, that plans are being made, and hopefully we can get ahead of it more this year than last year. And I think, we've, like I had mentioned before, that A lot of people have been interested. We've had lots of requests for presentations over the last couple of weeks. Several organizations have created subcommittees on water that they may not have ever had before, but they are just engaging with the community. We've had several requests of just where does our water come from? How is it managed? Everyone's just trying to get a better sense of what the issues really are. So we're going to have another really busy year, and we're going to stay on top of it every day. So that's about it for now. But thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Commissioner Mall.
Thanks, Chair Reeves, everyone. Great to see everybody. I cannot wait to get together safely. Similar to Commissioner Kihara, I've been reflecting a lot on these things. We had a little correspondence just about some things I read during the Olympics. And one of the things that caught my attention, maybe you saw it too, were these blasts over how much effort and water was used to create the Beijing Olympics. It was entirely artificial snow. And there were all sorts of examples of, oh, it's the equivalent of 900 million people getting drinking water for one day. And that was just one venue, et cetera. And these big numbers, big gallons, and 40 miles of pipe to bring the water in, and just an incredible effort. And I just got curious because I still stumble around the conversions. And so I went in and just did some of the conversions and came down to about 1,000 to 2,000 acre feet of water to produce all of the snow for the Beijing Olympics. And for somebody like you, Woody, especially, like, yeah, that's some water, but when you look at the larger volumes that we're dealing with on a regular basis, I was interested in just finding comparisons. And in that Upper Grand Run study that we'll hear more about, that's about the equivalent of what's behind the storage capacity of the Morgan Lake Dam recreational area. And $60 million is what it costs to put all that snow in Beijing. And it just drives home for me again that, man, capital and how financial capital is moving around water especially is something that is moving faster and at greater scale with tremendous impact, whether it's illicit, as Commissioner Smitherman you're dealing with there in the South, or not. Big, the OPB story put out there, big capital investment by investment firms in land, primarily to get at water. And so the speed with which our staff collectively are dealing with that on a daily basis is mind-boggling. I heard, Tom, they actually have an NFT of you now that you can buy from that picture in OPB looking like this. So let the bidding begin, because the capital is going to flow into that, I would assume, in the millions of dollars. So again, I mean, it's something that I've tried to bring to the table each time in our discussions, these questions of the economics of water. Not just we don't have it anymore or we still need to keep it, but recognizing the threats of our being blinded by how quickly and how powerfully capital moves just got brought home again with that Beijing Olympics. And that brings me to the final thing is I just appreciate how much the staff, to a person in my experience, have really taken to heart the need to shift away from this competitive, listen to me, no, listen to me, no, listen to me, no, we have a better right, no, we have a better right, approach to something that's much more collaborative and understanding of what Commissioner Kihara posed, that we do not have as much water as we did 30, 50, 100 years ago. And we are going to have to take a different approach to it, or we're just going to continue to fight. And that's not going to be productive to anyone. So I appreciate the grace and patience and commitment that the staff have brought to this. And just want to thank you all for that as well. And then finally, I think recognizing that, just a shout out to legislators Ken Helm and Mark Owens for the effort that they led to bring over $500 million to water in the state. I think it's just inspiring. So thanks to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Queps.
So for my comments, I wanted to refer briefly to the Director Byler's report because it is so broad. It really shows the diversity of work that we face across the state. And, I'm really happy to see that capacity. There's a staffing update we'll hear about, and commend the staff, all the staff that were involved in that. I know from personal experience, it's very challenging to bring on that many people in that short amount of time. So I know there's a lot of administrative staff, a lot of professional specialists who are probably involved in interviews and help make all of that happen. To bring 25 people on in that amount of time it's a lot of work. So I commend them for that. And I think that the public information and resiliency coordinator is an important position, and somebody that can hopefully help with some of the anxiety that we're talking about that Commissioner Kahara brought up. That's going to be really important to letting stakeholders know what we're doing and how we're trying to resolve these issues or respond to them, and what kind of programs are developed over time to help people. So I think that's a great position and a great coordinator, or a great title, with the inclusion of resiliency. And I think they're probably going to be very busy. And then kind of related to that, a more minor note is Commissioner Smitherman, when we served on the drought task force, I think there was some examples of other countries using information to maintain awareness about water availability and drought year round. And I can't remember if it was Australia, but in the same way that we've all grown used to seeing, the temperature on a bank sign, they were letting people know at what percent of, annual precipitation that the basin was in. And, I think we could do that with things like precipitation, reservoirs, and look for places to post that information, including now social media, and just consistently maintaining awareness in a way that builds into people that in the back of their minds. And so it's not just what they read in the paper, but they see it over the course of the water year, how much snowfall we're getting, how close we are to normal. And so if we get into drought conditions and there's a need for, designating preferential uses or something, or conservation, it's not such a shock. And I think it's an interesting concept, and one that we ought to consider trying to support and facilitate in some way. And I don't know what form that takes, but I just think about how we've all grown used to that kind of information, just temperature, and how something like that would be really, I think, impactful to our stakeholders. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I think that's a great idea, a great point. Commissioner Wolf, how about you?
Yeah, we've been receiving some precipitation here lately, so our snowpack is increasing, which short term brings some reason for optimism. And a large irrigation storage facility got funded in the last session to be rebuilt. So there's definitely some things to be optimistic about. As a new commissioner, probably not gonna get to the depth of the level of some of the other commissioners. I just as I process things, I just see that with climate change and decreasing amount of water we seem to be getting each year, how we're going to move forward and move through that. And I know it would seem, as I understand the workings in my area more, that, and I would surmise it's the same most places, that water has unintentionally been over adjudicated relative to shrinking supplies. And I'm just looking forward to learning how to move through that. And I have confidence in the department to help guide me, and I do praise the work that they're doing. And so those are my thoughts.
It's great to hear you're getting some increase in snowpack over there.
Yeah.
I like to hear that.
Yes.
Optimism is a good thing. A reason for it is a good thing. So I want to actually add my own thanks to the department staff, because scarcity is very hard, and its effect on people is really hard to, well, it's obviously hard to manage, but what I mean is that it makes everything seem, everything is much more high tension and stress. And the department has the kind of blessing of these additional funds, but it also, as we've been discussing, is a really big, it's a big lift to deal with that much money. And it's a great thing. And I'm totally appreciative to the legislature for having made it possible. But I don't want to forget that these staff are dealing in this day in and day out. And that is a hard place to be. And I really appreciate their efforts. Speaking of scarcity, I wanted to talk a little bit, let you guys know about some funding that OWEB has gotten that relates to kind of directly to the work that we do here in this agency. And it happened, they got funding in both in the December special session and then in the February regular session. And in the December session, it was about 11.5 million in grant funds that was for drought relief. And the specifics are 1.6 million for matching grants to irrigation districts to support irrigation modernization products. 2 million in matching grants to North Unit Irrigation District for the same purpose, irrigation modernization purposes. 1 million to Grant County for drought resiliency grants, or not to the county, in Jefferson County for drought resiliency grants. 3 million to provide grants for livestock watering wells and construction of off-channel facilities in Klamath County. 1 million for drought resiliency work in Klamath County, and 3 million for distribution to the Jefferson County Soil and Water Conservation District for stewardship practices on irrigated land. And so that's a very big package of grant funds targeted specifically to the agricultural sector, basically. And so that was in December, and that's administered through OWEB, which of course is a granting agency. So it makes sense for that those funds to go through that agency. And then in this regular session that just ended, OWEB was awarded 10 million in general funds to add to its existing water acquisition grant program. And we just before this meeting, OWEB just merged its water and climate committees into one committee. And we had the first meeting of that merged committee. And we talked about this 10 million for acquisition of water acquisition. And I was asking, I had not gone back and looked at our spending plans in previous years, but I was curious about, I thought this was a pretty big deal in terms of the amount of the money, but I wanted to confirm that. And since the inception of the water acquisition program, OWEB has put about $5 million into it. And this is an additional 10 million. It is general fund, but it can roll over into other biennia, thank goodness, because that would be a lot to spend in one biennia. But so that that I think environmental conservation organizations kind of champion that successfully. So that's another large chunk of money that will go for putting money in stream in various types of circumstances. And there was talk about kind of trying to do that strategically, basically. So the other two items that are not as closely related, but still of interest to us, I think, are that the legislature funded the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. They put $5 million into it, which I think you guys probably remember that getting that program in place was an effort of conservation organizations and the agricultural community jointly. Excuse me. And the program is trying to address challenges posed by fragmentation of farmland, conversion of farmland to non-farm uses, and planning for generational transfers, basically. So it that program operates under OWEB. OWEB's kind of like an umbrella, and it provides grants for conservation management plans, working lands, conservation covenants and easements, technical assistance, and succession planning. And then last thing, OWEB was awarded $5.2 million in general funds for a 2021 wildfire recovery grant program that kind of will be administered similarly to the 2020 wildfire recovery program. The last thing from OWEB was a colleague on the Climate and Water Committee circulated an announcement that you guys may have already seen this, but this was where I saw it through this mechanism, which was that the USGS has selected the Willamette Basin as a location for an in-depth examination of I'm reading right now because I just got this basically, of factors affecting water supply and demand. The Willamette Basin is the fourth in what USGS expects to be at least 10 basin studies that they're planning nationwide. They say that this basin, Willamette, was chosen because its hydrologic and environmental setting is representative of the challenges faced by conflicting water demands between humans and ecosystems, particularly salmon throughout the Northwest. And the other basins that have already been studied or maybe I'm sure that's still ongoing, is the Delaware River Basin, the Upper Colorado River Basin, and the Illinois River Basin. So their plan, this description says that they'll use regionally focused data collection, research, and modeling to provide high fidelity real-time data on water quantity, quality, and use. And then we'll provide an assessment that will make an assessment that will provide a near real-time census of the status, trends, and forecasts of the amount of surface water and groundwater available to support various uses in the basin. So that would be great if they're able to do all that. So I guess stay tuned. Tom, I don't know whether you guys are planning to talk about this at some point, but it sounds promising. So. And that's all I have in terms of commissioner comments.
Chair Reeves,
yes.
May I just ask a request of you and follow up? I really appreciate all of that update from OWEB, and the cross-fertilization potential between OWEB and the department is something that we've talked about before. So my request is, again, everyone's busy, I know, but the prospect of getting the two commissions together at some level in some way to explore the intersection of these areas, and specifically what's always on my mind again with financial capital is how slow it takes to get that capital to the ground when it comes to a grant program. I mean, OWEB is overwhelmed. They're going to be more overwhelmed as our OWRD staff. You've heard me request even in the last meeting that we look into authorities for some more flexibility in the use of grant funds, more discretion for staff. And I think now, especially in times of crisis around water, getting those dollars to the ground more quickly with a little less traditional DOJ assurance that OWEB and the department relies on, it's warranted now, I think. So the more that the commissions can better understand this and encourage and support staff in these efforts, I would just request that we continue to look for ways to do that. So thank you for leading that.
Yeah, and OWEB is, their priority is the drought and wildfire funds because the need is the most immediate there. But they have to hire people. They are hiring people because their current staff can't get everything done. So, Joe, are you talking about joint meeting or more that being a message back at
we've talked about that in the past, potential for a joint meeting. Obviously, COVID has made that impossible.
Right.
And I certainly don't want a bigger Zoom screen meeting.
Right.
But I think cross-fertilization at all levels. I mean, just being able to, I think my specific request on that flexibility around, plus minus 5% if something changes on a grant was go talk to OWEB, see how they handle it. And just encourage that that regular conversational, professional public service back and forth, and then consideration of, all right, structurally, what can we do? Because even, especially, we're seeing it in the fire zone. People are increasingly frustrated with, and it's not limited to OWEB, they're just increasingly frustrated with the molasses speed by which these big dollars are hitting the ground, because there's so much process involved.
Right.
There must be process, but I'm just encouraging us to do better. I think whether it's commission to commission meetings, or I know that Tom, the governor, had previously and may still be doing those natural resource agency regular 2-week meetings or things, staff to staff. I just want to encourage that as much intersection as possible at all levels.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that is our, sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to suggest that for something like that, maybe it would be better if it was more of a retreat type function. And, we spent a half day with them. We spend time on our needs that we might have, and maybe half day with them or something, or a day. I also think the intersection with water quality is an interesting one, and I want to be careful here, but in the past I've talked about what I think is a need to protect the quality of aquifers in the long term for water storage. We talked about this wildfire issue and the water quality issues associated with that, not just from the events, but from things like the fire retardant and the chemicals involved in that. So the groundwater one is one that I think is interesting. And if we were in a retreat kind of format and we're just able to speak freely and talk about ideas, I think that could be productive. So.
Yeah, we haven't, I can't even, 3 years ago, maybe, we had our last retreat. And if it really comes to pass that we can gather safely going forward, we could start considering whether to do that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, next on our agenda is the director's report. Oh, no, it's not. Approval of minutes, I'm sorry. So what we have is minutes from the December 2021 meeting. Have you all had opportunity to read through these, and are we ready to, all right, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting on December 3rd, 2021.
Thank you. And a second, please?
Second.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a second. And we'll just go ahead and vote. Commissioner Quemps? Shakes his head yes. Commissioner Kihara?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Reeves votes yes. The minutes are approved. Thanks, everyone. Now we're doing the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. For the record, Tom Byler with the Water Resources Department. I've got a number of things to report out on and talk to you about. And this agenda item, the next one, there's a little bit of overlap from my standpoint because I'll be talking about things that we're working on. And so they're not in silos. There's just a lot that we're working on. But at the outset, I would just like to take a minute to extend my appreciation to the commissioners for your remarks this morning or this afternoon relating to staff. And I couldn't be more proud to be working with the staff that we have here. They're very difficult jobs and important jobs. The work that we're doing now is it has both is tied to our history and decisions that were made decades ago in cases, as well as trying to grapple with what's happening today on the ground with an eye towards the future and with the the most important resource on the planet. And so it's not surprising that that we often hear very different perspectives on what our priorities should be, how we should manage the system, and as we're doing our work, we're always hearing from people that we're not going fast enough, and we're also hearing from people that we're going too fast. And so it's just really heartening to hear your signals of support for staff, because these are tough jobs. We're often making decisions that are very complex and nuanced, and that oftentimes a lot of people are not happy with. And so it's helpful to hear your feedback, and I know it's much appreciated from at the staff level. I also want to just concur with the broader notion that we are in transition, and we are at an inflection point, and we have been for some time, and we are shifting. I'm very proud of the work that the commission and the department have done over recent years to start to move the ocean liner, if you will, in ways that I think are meaningful for the public, in terms of placing a greater emphasis on planning and being more future oriented, and modernizing important programs around dam safety that have public safety elements to it, in terms of work that we're doing now in terms of looking at our allocation policy around groundwater. There's more to that, but they're all really important functions. They're guided by the integrated water resources strategy and the strategic plan. And there's a lot on our plates. And so it's just much appreciated that we are, the signals that your observations are spot on. I can tell you that I often, when I talk with folks around the state, I am very clear that we are in an era of scarcity, and that climate change is hitting us, I think, much faster than anyone expected. And that we're grappling with that, as well as the legacy of past actions over a long period of time. And to me, it's a call to action for us as an agency, but it's really a call to action for communities to step up and really take a serious look at how they want to grapple with meeting their water needs in the future. And that's not an easy task. It's a long path, but I'm pretty encouraged by a lot of the conversations that I'm having with our key stakeholders, with tribes, with elected officials, and the general public, because I think the level of awareness is increasing, and the momentum to really act on these really complex issues in a meaningful way, I think, is growing. And so I think that's very encouraging. With that, just to dive a little bit into the report itself, you'll note that as always, we have a little lead off about staffing changes. That's getting longer and longer paragraph, and I'm not going to go into that other than just to note that that's a lot of positions that we're looking at and have filled. We're very excited about that. I'll talk more about recruiting as part of the next agenda item, but as you know, it's a very busy period for us, and that will continue for some time. I wanted to just mention on the Willamette, Chair Reeves had mentioned the Integrated Water Science Basin designation from the U.S. Geological Survey. We're very excited about that. That is, a great advantage, I think, for Oregonians in the Willamette Basin. I know some of our staff, our science staff, have been hoping that this would happen, and we're looking for ways to be a productive partner with the federal government as they move down that path. The timing is good, I think. Well, it's never bad timing to have better information. But in conjunction with the work that we're embarking on in the Willamette Basin after the reallocation occurred, which for those of you who've been around, you've been hearing us brief you on this in terms of the reallocation of the potential purposes of the stored water behind the 13 federal dams in the Willamette Basin. It's a lot of water, and that has now reallocated the resource into kind of three broad categories: agricultural purposes, municipal, and in-stream related purposes. And so we're now at a point where we need to start working with towards implementation, and that is a complicated path. I hate to say that, complex and complicated seems to be the key words, but there's a lot that needs to be done to set the table for implementation of kind of full implementation of the redistribution of water in the basin. Some of that will involve converting minimum perennial stream flows to in-stream water rights. Part of it will involve a much stronger documentation and inventory of all uses in the basin, which is not a basin that we've had the strong practice or need for regulation as we've had in drier parts of the state. But if we are expected to implement and distribute stored water that has not been distributed for a range of purposes in the past, that is a complicated matter and is going to make things look different for some of the water users in the basin, because that stored water in the past has just been released and not been tied to specific water rights by and large. So there's a lot that needs to be done. It's going to be both a technical process from a science standpoint, from a kind of water transaction standpoint, but also from a social and political standpoint. And so communication is going to be really, really important for us going forward. And it'll be interesting to see how we can dovetail our efforts around setting the table for implementation of the reallocation along with the USGS data. I think that'll be hopefully they will support each other going forward, and we're look forward to working with the federal government toward that end. I do want to mention that we received a position associated with helping us to start down this path of implementation as part of the 2021 budget. We successfully recruited that position, and Alyssa Micken, who many of you know, has accepted that position. That's an internal shift for us. Alyssa has experience working on the Willamette and in a similar capacity in the past. So she'll be able to hit the ground running, and we're glad to be bringing her back into the director's office to work on this important phase of the Willamette work. The downside of this is she has been serving for the past few years as our water rights section manager. So that's just an example of good news, bad news associated with some of the recruitments that we have going forward. There'll be a lot more to talk about on the Willamette going forward, but this is going to be a growing area of work for us and conversation, I'm sure, as we go forward. As you can see in the staff report, we have work in numerous basins, and I'm not going to go into detail on all of them, but I just want to mention in the Walla Walla, we continue to have productive meetings with what we call the three sovereigns. And in this case, this is the state of Oregon, state of Washington, and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation on efforts to try to develop a stronger, more holistic management system in the Willamette, or excuse me, the Walla Walla Basin, which of course has a state boundary cutting through the middle of it and has significant groundwater decline issues, has been fully appropriated in terms of surface water, and is in need for some really, for lack of a better term, redistribution to try to set a better balance of needs. And that's also a long path, but there's a planning process the state of Washington has been leading that both the tribes in Oregon have been part of. There's a level of coordination among the three sovereigns that is, I think, exciting and really serves as at least as the potential to make to help that basin navigate through some complex decisions and issues going forward. Like many of our issues that we work on, this will take a long time for these matters to play out. But I'm very encouraged by the level of communication and coordination that's happening between the sovereigns now, and we'll be getting more into implementation of the plan in the coming years. And I think that'll test our resolve and test our ability to be able to come up with innovative solutions, especially with the multiple jurisdictions that we're dealing with in that basin. In terms of the Klamath Basin, there's a lot going on there as always. We're facing another dire water year. You've probably seen in the news that we already have a drought emergency declared in the Klamath Basin. The federal government is considering its options in terms of how to manage the federal project and how to distribute water amongst needs that exceed the water in terms of downstream needs for salmonids and tribal treaty interests from the federal government's perspective. Water above the project in Upper Klamath Lake that has a great interest in terms of the Klamath tribes and the endangered species on the lake, as well as meeting the needs of irrigators who are within the project area. And, all signs are right now that there's not enough water to go around yet again, and it's very problematic. And so we're expecting, a lot of tough decisions and difficult conversations going forward. One thing I want to mention with respect to drought in particular is, you may recall from last year, the irrigators received no water from the project. We saw a significant, I think 25,000 acres of water pursued through emergency drought permits, which is something that we offer typically when a drought emergency is declared. That was on top of additional groundwater rights that are already held by the irrigators within the project. That had a pretty dramatic impact on well owners, domestic well owners in the basin. And we saw, and you saw in the news, and you've heard from us over time about the impacts in terms of leaving many of those domestic well owners high and dry, dealing with dry well issues, and led to a significant emergency response process that we participated in with the county as well as others to try to bring drinking water and domestic supply to those well owners who were without water. We're very sensitive to that issue. We know that many of those well owners' issues have not been resolved. There aren't enough well drillers out there to meet the demand right now. Some of the individual wells and the response to address the individual well owners' issues take much more time than one would want or expect. And so the issues have not been resolved. For many of the well owners, the groundwater has not rebounded, in part because we've not had a great season over the winter. And in fact, we had reports of additional dry wells happening in January down in the Klamath Basin, which is pretty jaw-dropping to hear. As a result, we have, as a result of this issue, we're concerned about the groundwater levels. And knowing that there are existing groundwater rights within the project that will likely be exercised, especially if the Bureau of Reclamation does not provide sufficient water for the project, as I think we can reasonably expect that will probably be the case. We have signaled to folks in the basin that we are not going to be issuing emergency drought groundwater permits this season. We want to give a chance for those domestic users and those well owners to be able to address their issues. And we know that that hasn't been accomplished yet. And we know that groundwater is going to be used anyway. There's a chance the situation could get worse even without us issuing emergency drought permits. And we don't want to exacerbate the problem further by allowing those additional uses. So I wanted to put that on your radar screen. And as more decisions are made and as we get closer to the summertime, I think this issue will probably be more pronounced and maybe in the public ether a little bit more. But I wanted you to be aware of that. We are expecting more drought declarations. I believe Central Oregon counties, I think 3-county area has requested, sent a request to the governor. I'm thinking it's probably Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes County areas. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a drought emergency declared by the governor soon for that area as well. You may recall they really had a hard time last year as well. And so we're expecting some more difficult times in that part of the state. And quite frankly, I expect that we'll see drought declarations in a large part of the state based on the trajectory that we've been on. It is going to be another tough year. So it is what it is, and we'll do the best we can, and we'll certainly keep you all apprised as we go forward in future meetings to let you know what the status is and what we are able to do to help respond to those situations. The bottom line at this point is that sadly is that emergency response around water there aren't a lot of good options. And the best thing that we can be doing in the long term is really helping these communities figure out what their longer term strategy can be, whether it's finding new resources to help address their needs, or developing backup systems so that they have fallback supply to rely on. There's a range of things that can be done, but these are not things that can be done in an emergency environment. They have to be done outside of the emergency in preparation for future emergencies. Few other things that I'll mention. I mentioned in the staff report is reopening and in our work reimagined, and they're slightly different, but they're very much related to the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. You've seen in the news that Governor Brown has lifted or is in the process of lifting a series of public health restrictions. The mask mandate, of course, is one that we're all experiencing in real time in terms of being able to now go into stores and without a mask. And the same applies to our office now. We are not required to wear masks in our office. The target date for the state to reopen our offices is May 1st. And so that's what we're preparing for. I want to emphasize for you that what that means for the Water Resources Department is that our doors will be open to the public at that date, and that we will have staff on hand, whether it's our Salem office or our field offices, to be able to manage unplanned visitors, foot traffic that might come in the door. Not a huge issue for us. We're not DMV where we've got long lines of people constantly coming into our office. But we are planning and preparing for that so that we can accommodate members of the public as they might come into our office, Salem in particular, so that we can have someone there at the front desk to be able to respond to their questions or their needs. In terms of bringing staff back, that's our Work Reimagined process, and that's going to take longer for us to work through. We are in the process of working with our management team and staff to try to figure out how our staff are going to work in the future. Some of our staff positions are really, the positions themselves really need to be in the office. And it's my expectation that those staff will, now that the restrictions are easing in terms of the pandemic, that we'll see those staff come back into the office. But there's probably a much larger number of staff where I think that's more of a debatable question in terms of whether their position requires them to be in full time every day. And with those positions, our managers are thinking through what we think that those positions need in terms of their workplace, whether we can manage having those staff maybe work periodically at the office, but also be able to work remotely. We often refer to that as kind of a hybrid type of position. And my expectation is that a lot of our positions will end up being in some kind of hybrid mode where maybe they'll be coming in a couple times a week, maybe they'll be a couple times a month. But we're sorting through that now. of course, as we make those decisions specific to our managers and their staff and the positions that they serve in, then we have the corollary discussion of what does our office place need to look like to accommodate staff with that in mind. And so right now, if you were in our office, you'd walk down the hall and you'd see cubicle after cubicle after cubicle. Well, that's the pre-pandemic mode. And I'm not sure that we'll need to look like that going forward, because we may not, I don't expect that we'll have a full complement of staff in our office on a regular basis, because many of them on any given day will be working remotely. So we'll probably be having conversations going forward about how do we set up our workspace so that it's conducive to our needs, having workstations that are kind of rental or hotel spaces where staff can come in as needed to be able to plug in and use their laptops on a as needed basis. Maybe maximizing our meeting space so that we've got more places for our staff to get together and be able to talk and work through issues with internally and with our stakeholders. So those are a whole host of questions that we're working through. That time frame is going to take longer than May 1st, but I'm expecting that we'll begin to roll out some of the changes that we'll need to make in the coming months, and we'll certainly keep you apprised as we go down that road. I would say that, and we really want to emphasize that we're learning as we go. And I think that one of the key messages that we're signaling to our managers and our staff is that this is really going to be an adaptive management exercise. We're going to learn as we experiment with this, and we're going to make changes as we need to as we learn. So I expect this to be a bit of a dynamic period for the agency and frankly for a lot of entities as we kind of learn how to adjust to a post-pandemic mode. And but also recognize that the pandemic really changed a lot of how we can work together. And so it's going to be an interesting time for us in that regard. Just three more items that I want to mention, and then be happy to take any questions that folks might have. Wanted to mention that, and I think this is mentioned in the report. Lake Abert has been in the news recently. You've seen, I'm sure. It's been in the news for a while. It is, I won't go into detail about that issue other than we had a number of staff down touring the basin yesterday at the invitation of Representative Mark Owens. There were a number of legislators who were down there, as well as folks from the irrigator community and some of the stakeholders. This is an issue that I think the Department of Fish and Wildlife and perhaps some other agencies were there as well. The department, our agency, as well as DEQ and ODFW have signaled that we feel that given the level of interest around Lake Abert, that there is a need to convene a collaborative table around how to try to resolve the issues of the declines of the lake, and that warrants making sure that we have an inclusive process set up. So we're in the very early stages of considering how to pull that together, perhaps through some kind of consensus facilitated process that would include tribes who have an interest in this area. It would include conservation groups. It would include irrigators, local interests, and others who may have an interest in the future of Lake Abert going forward. I mention that just because it's an example. It's a real thing, first of all, that we'll be working on. We're trying to figure out how to staff up on that. And it's an example of how our priorities continue to evolve, knowing that we have many masters out there who are who have interest in us and where we focus our energy. So it's another item to add on our to-do list, and wanted you to be aware of that. Another area of that we're putting a lot of energy into, and I expect that will continue over the course of this year and even forward from there. But I think this year could be pretty labor intensive, is our discussions around resolving federal water right claims in the Umatilla Basin with the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. That's been an effort that's been ongoing for many years, but we're reaching a point now where we may be in a position to have at least a conceptual draft of what it might look like as a whole, and know that if we're going to get there this year, that we've got to really roll up our sleeves and work through a lot of issues. So we'll keep you posted as appropriate on that, but that is an area of that will have, I think, increasing interest and profile as we make progress in working with the tribes and other interests in the basin around that issue. Last point I wanted to make, and this actually folds back to some of the comments made by commissioners around the need for coordination and collaboration amongst the agencies, is I wanted to report out on the Water Core Team. The Water Core Team is a group that was developed as a result of meetings with the Natural Resource Agency directors and the governor's office from a few years ago, where we recognized that there were really some really key big issues that the natural resources agencies needed to respond to. And water was one of those issues. And there was recognition that there are many agencies that have a portfolio around water. And we manage the use of water, dam safety, groundwater. There's a lot of data that we manage to understand the resource, but we're not responsible or involved with water quality issues. That's Department of Environmental Quality and Department of Ag, depending on the issue. Drinking water is a health authority issue. So there are a number of different water. There's a number of different water elements and aspects that are within different agencies. And the core team brings those agencies together. We've been meeting on roughly every other week, although that schedule may change over time. But the point here is that representatives from about 12 agencies have been meeting on a regular basis. The original focus of that group was really oriented around the 100-year vision and getting that off the ground and kind of helping to support that. And in recent months, we've been thinking about, well, how do we want to focus our energy? And we want to make sure that the use of our time is meaningful. And as a result, one of the things that we've done in recent weeks is spent some time thinking about what our focus should be. And in doing that, we reconnected back with the directors of the agencies. The core team is represented mainly by kind of deputy level staff. And so reconnected with the directors and had a really good discussion about the importance of the core team and the value that it brings in terms of coordination for these complicated issues, the sharing of information between the agencies. So one of the outcomes of that is that I think there's a kind of renewed energy around the core team. And my expectation is that there'll be a refined focus. And I think preliminarily, I think the focus will be around infrastructure, knowing that there's a huge investment right now in infrastructure, both at the state and federal level, and a need for agencies to coordinate effectively around that to make sure that we're effectively getting dollars on the ground, that we are leveraging each other effectively, that we are coordinating well around permitting associated with those projects, and that we're responsibly managing these resources, these funds that are being directed through us, both at the state and federal level. So that is going to be, I think, a focus area. The other area will likely be around drought and scarcity, climate, however you want to frame it. And I think that will be kind of an ongoing area of coordination as well for this group. There's a lot more we could tackle, but I think one of the things that this group my observations as I've been sitting in with this group over the last few months is that I think we need to be strategic in how we use these agencies' time, and I think narrowing the focus to some big items will allow this group to be more productive. But so I wanted to report out on that. I think it's a really good organizational construct for the state of Oregon to have a group like this when you have a series of agencies with unique and disparate authorities that have some overlap because of the resource that we're managing. So I'm going to take a breath. If I haven't beaten you all into submission with my long monologue, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Tom from commissioners? Comments? It looks like you have beaten them into submission, Tom. I see no question. Actually, that was an excellent report. I appreciate it. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And let's see, it's 1:37. So it is time for us to take a break. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my agenda. Let's come back at 2 o'clock, a little bit longer break because we got done earlier. So we'll start at 2 o'clock to stay on the schedule. Thanks.
I was going to ask you, Woody, while we're waiting, if you know John Hillock from the county?
Yeah, I know John quite well.
Oh, great. He was a big help on sequestration.
Yeah, I think he was a little disappointed from what I've got, how they went forward with it, but he's a very knowledgeable gentleman.
Yeah. Look forward to continuing to work with him on that in the next session.
That's a tough one for me.
Oh. We should talk about it sometime.
I would enjoy that.
Well, it is 2:01. Time for us to get back to it. And our next item is an update on implementation of projects from Tom.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Again, Commissioners, for the record, Tom Byler with the Water Resources Department. This is agenda item D. And just as a reminder, and as has been referenced by a few comments already in the meeting today, that we have a pretty historic investment in the agency through a couple actions by the legislature, the long session in 2021, which ended at the end of June, and then the December 2nd special session of the legislature, where some additional appropriations were provided for the agency to help us address cannabis and drought related issues. The challenge we have in front of us is we have received, as a result of this investment, roughly 70 new positions for an agency that had about 165, 170 staff to begin with. This is a significant increase. And with a lot of new expectations, new programs, and work ahead of us in terms of work groups and task forces, and moving dollars to projects that were identified in our budget. So there's just a wide range of work that we have. And as I have mentioned to you before, and I just want to repeat this because it's important, I think that there's so much on our plates right now that it's going to take us time to get this work done, and that we're not going to be able to get it all done in this biennium. I know that is the case, some because of the nature of the project, some because of the nature of our workload. And as a result, what's going to be really important for us is to communicate clearly and consistently with you all, with our stakeholders and key interests about, and the public at large, and legislators about, what kind of progress are we making. My goal is for us to be as transparent as we can be to help people understand what we're doing, what we're working on, what we're prioritizing, how we're prioritizing, and so that folks can gauge of how effective we're being at implementing the work that we have in front of us. I think that's a really important question for us and issue for us to engage with stakeholders and policymakers on, and you, because it could have a great bearing on what our budget requests look like for 2023. Because we may be in the position of needing to ask for continuing authority or limitation to be able to continue to move some of the work that was identified for this biennium into next biennium. So helping people understand the progress that we're making, where we're not meeting expectations and why, is a real key for us going forward. And so I want to update you on kind of where we're at, because a lot of what I want to convey to you today is really around kind of form and process, and a little bit less about the details. There's a lot of detail, and you should have in your materials a spreadsheet of 16 pages worth of projects. It's not all of the agency's workload. It's the work that we've highlighted that's directly related to the legislative investments and some additional items that we think are important to bear in mind, but it is not reflective of the totality of work that we have. And I'd be happy to take questions about that, anything in that list that is of interest to you. But what I'd like to do today is just give you a sense of the kind of the ongoing drumbeat of communication and our evolution around communication that we're trying to build as we fly, on this. So one of the things that, in addition to briefing you all when we have the opportunity at commission meetings to give you a sense of where we're at, we have other avenues to be able to inform interested members of the public. There are 2 separate monthly meetings that have been organized at the request of stakeholders. One is with conservation groups. I meet with them on a monthly basis to give them an update and have an opportunity to talk about the work that we have in front of us. And there's another group that involves agricultural and municipal users, representatives of those groups. Very valuable opportunity from my perspective to be able to help people understand where we're at, what the constraints are that we have, and to get their feedback. And there have been some very helpful feedback from folks in terms of how we can better organize the information that we're trying to convey. And that has to do with the spreadsheet that I've given you, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail, because we are in the process of making some refinements to that to make it more useful to you and me and stakeholders and the public who might be interested in keeping track of what we're working on. One of the areas that folks have mentioned that resonates with me is that our spreadsheet is long, of course, and difficult to parse through and to read through and to find information that you might be interested in. And so I'll talk a little bit about how we're going to, the steps we're taking to organize that better. But one of the things that I've heard from numerous stakeholders is that they are really interested in seeing kind of an at-a-glance dashboard kind of approach, and where they could, see the project and without having to dive into a lot of minutia, get a sense of, has it started? Is it on track? Where's it at in terms of the process and in progress? And I think that's a very reasonable ask, and it's something that we're building now and working on through the spreadsheet. But I wanted to let you know that one of the steps along this journey is that we met with staff from SAFE Corporation at the suggestion of one of our stakeholders that they are a practitioner of using dashboards to help them communicate effectively at a glance kind of progress that they're making on projects. And we had a really interesting conversation. We met with them last week, and it was enlightening. And I guess I would boil it down to a few comments that are helping to kind of shape my thought process and to guide us as we better develop our communication tools. But with respect to dashboarding, I guess one key element is that there's as much art as there is science to building this, and there's an element of judgment that is going to be really left to the project manager, and they are going to be making some decisions around how well the project is proceeding, and that seems very appropriate to me. But one of the caveats to that is that not all of in their experience, not all of their managers really understood how to think about updating a dashboard, and it's taken time for them to have a kind of a more uniform way of thinking and responding to and updating the projects they've been working on across the board with numerous different project managers responsible for that duty. So one takeaway for me is to understand that this is a process, and that we're at the very early stages of it, and there's going to be a learning process for us as a team here and a staff at Water Resources in terms of how to populate this document in a way that's going to be meaningful, not too detailed, not too much in the weeds, and really gets at key information that will be meaningful for the public or for the commission or others who are interested in our work. That all makes sense to me. They suggested that this is, again, a practice of adaptive management for them. Even today, they're still refining the way they go about this. So that was helpful to hear, and made me feel like, well, we need to dive in and start doing it, but recognize that we'll make adjustments as we go and just do the best we can. They also recommended that we not try to provide too much information. This is really at a glance, and so I think one of the things that we'll be wrestling with on our end is making sure that we have, for that external facing tool, kind of the appropriate altitude elevation that we'll be flying at, so that people understand generally what the project is and understand generally where it's at without getting into a lot of the detail. And I know that can be very difficult sometimes for the project manager to do because they're living that detail, but that's going to be one of the elements that we're going to be working toward and figuring out how we can have both externally facing tools that are useful for our external audiences at the appropriate level, but also making sure that we maintain those more detailed project management tools that we need for our own purposes to make sure that we're getting the job done and we have the appropriate information there. So part of our learning experience going forward on that. I guess the other thing I would mention with respect to the dashboard is some counsel of how, as we're thinking about implementing projects, to not underestimate how big of a deal recruitment is around this. And I think in particular these days, because of the labor market and as it is. So I wanted to just focus on that a little bit. It's fantastic that we have all these new positions. We also had vacancies that we had going into this biennium, and we've made a lot of progress on this. But one of the points that the SAFE staff mentioned to us is that recruitment in and of itself is a project, and that is an extremely important element to getting work done, because without the staff capacity, obviously you're not going to be able to move on certain tasks and responsibilities unless you have the boots in the ground to be able to do that. So that's something that's actually was helpful to hear, and it's something that's been on our minds, and it's something you've heard from me in past meetings about how we kind of had our epiphany on our own as we started to wrestle with our new budget after the long session, and realized we just had a huge amount of work, and recognized that our initial priority really needed to be focusing on recruitments. And I can tell you at the time, September-ish, I was thinking, well, let's try to get as many of these positions filled by the end of the year as possible, so we have a reasonable chance to really move on these things. Well, that was not a bad idea, but putting that into practice has been challenging, and we've made a lot of progress. I'm very proud of the work that our HR staff have done, and our managers who have been responsible for dozens of recruitments that we've done, which is way beyond what we have done in past biennia in terms of this kind of level and scale of recruitment. But we have a long way to go. And in fact, it feels like we're losing ground to a certain extent by virtue of getting 29 new positions in the December 2021 special session. Just it's a good thing to get those new positions, don't get me wrong, but it elevated the numbers in terms of and made it feel like we were losing ground in terms of the progress that we were making around recruitments. But I really want to emphasize that element with you all, because not only is it a lot of staff, but it's a tough labor market to recruit in. We are certainly not the only entity recruiting right now. the legislature in the February session added a lot more state positions into different agency budgets. So there's going to be a lot of competition out there for a tightening labor market in terms of the potential candidates out there. In addition, we should expect that we are going to have people leave for new opportunities that may arise. So it's going to be a constant struggle for us and a constant workload for us. So I just want to emphasize that as a really key element. And it has been and will continue to be in some respects, our primary focus for this biennium is just getting those positions stood up so that we can start to build around and implement work in front of us. That said, we have had priorities associated with work and have been able to fill positions and start moving on some items sooner than others. Our protest caseload is one that, as an example, where we've been able to bring staff on and really start to move that issue area forward. So we're making progress in some areas that's meaningful. So let me maybe pivoting from the conversations we've been having with stakeholders and SAFE. I would just mention that so some of the adjustments that we're making to the spreadsheet. You may recall from our last meeting, we had the 16-page spreadsheet and there really was no organization to it. It was a long list of projects. It wasn't even alphabetized. It was just a bunch of projects and it was difficult to find a project of interest. You had to pour through it and kind of scan through things. And what you should have in front of you now is a project list that has been categorized. And so we're moving towards being able to list projects under some broad umbrellas like administration, IT related work, kind of real basic fundamental helping an organization function type of important work that is there. We've got, in addition to administration, basin support. So work that we know is tied specifically to the Deschutes or the Willamette basins, where we know we're kind of advancing and on a kind of complex basin scale issues. We've got communications, dam safety, field, groundwater, surface water. I won't go through all the categories, but just really want to make the point that we're trying to organize these around some categories that will make sense to you, to our own staff, and to our stakeholders. So it'll be easier for folks to go through the spreadsheet and track down projects that will be of interest to them. In addition to that, we're not there yet, but we're moving towards some on a couple fronts to make this a more useful document and more dashboardy, if you will. One is to have less information. I think one of the risks is having far too much detail, far too many columns, and again, where we're trying to build this in a way that is not trying to answer every question, but really helping folks understand at a high level what we're doing, what we're working on, and where we're at with respect to that project. And so that's where we're trying to migrate toward with this external facing tool that we're building. And in addition to that, we're looking at having some data points or columns, if you will, that will be more of a kind of traditional dashboard, green light, yellow light, red light kind of way to be able to signal, has this project started? What, is it an early phase? Is it on track? Or are we behind? Have we run into some problems? Or are there some risks that we are identifying that we are signaling some awareness around for ourselves as well as for the public? So, just wanted to give you a sense of where we're headed around our communications. And again, I think the communications around this is extremely important for us. Our stakeholders have been pretty eager for these conversations going forward. And I'll tell you, some of the feedback I get from them is a sense of being overwhelmed themselves in terms of all the different items that we have associated with work. That they want to be part of or participate or keep track of to some extent. So, the work isn't just for us as a staff, it affects the people that we work with as well. I think I'll pause there. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the specific projects, just a handful that I'm going to mention in a little more detail, but I see a question from Commissioner Mall.
Yeah. Commissioner Mall, please.
Chair Reeves, thank you. Tom, this is a request from specific, my perspective, the commission in our role. This is really exciting. Maybe it's not the right word. I'm not a spreadsheet nut. It is extremely hard in my experience, and we're immersed in it as well, to come up with dashboards that are meaningful and usable, that don't require a tremendous amount of time simply to keep them up to date. But I hear you that you're getting requests, and so responding to that is important. For as I read this, the category isn't as telling to me as a commissioner as the type is. And what I'd request is that for the commission, this gets pared down or separated out around type, because as I go through and look at it, there is a relatively limited number of things at the altitude that I think we as the commission have any right weighing in on. You don't want us weighing in on how you're managing the office space and whether or not people are working from home, or that's complete and full trust in you and the rest of the staff in that. When it comes to the bigger strategic initiatives, and in some ways the types fall out in a helpful way. I think anything that has, for example, basin support or resiliency, rulemaking, things where we are either going to be asked to weigh in on something down the road. And so being able to anticipate that 2 meetings from now, we're going to be asked to weigh in on something, or that have very high level strategic implications like the IWRS update. That's kind of it. I would quite frankly don't want to see a dashboard with any more granularity than that. And I would love to hear if other commissioners feel like I'm out in left field on that. Thank you.
Any other commissioners want to weigh in on this question? Might be helpful input. Commissioner Quimps?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yeah, I think this is a good look overall at what's going on. I do agree with Commissioner Mall that for us, there are higher level issues that we could focus on. And when I think about a dashboard, the data and the graphics that go into it, the other thing I think that we need to consider, particularly for out-facing information for the stakeholders, is the rate of change for something, right? You may not want to dashboard something that changes very slowly, because nobody's going to look at that, right? Like, we usually look at the speedometer and the fuel tank and the things that change, or at least me anyway. And so I think those are important considerations for both audiences, inward looking and outward looking, like what kind of rate of change do we anticipate? And that might help frame how these are expressed and how often. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Chiara, did you have something?
Yeah, just a comment with your IT folks. And I agree with Joe on, I don't really need to see that kind of granularity, but also knowing that if your project managers are living the details, they know how to update a spreadsheet with the details. Your IT staff, your communications person can probably build a spreadsheet dashboard that picks information off this spreadsheet to make an external spreadsheet. So yes, your managers are only updating one spreadsheet, but the dashboard is pulling information from this spreadsheet at a high level for the rest of us to understand. Just a thought.
I agree. I agree with Joe's observation. Well, all the observations that would be very useful, the kind of higher level detail. But Tom, I'm interested in your reaction to that idea. I'd like to hear what you think.
So first of all, I appreciate all the feedback, and I guess my response would be, I think we're going to get a lot of feedback from a lot of folks, and this is going to take a little bit of time for us to sort through. So what I would encourage is for us to continue to have a dialogue about this going forward. I'll be reporting to you about what I'm hearing from others in terms of what's useful for them. But what strikes me, and I've not talked to staff about this, but I think that this is something maybe for a longer conversation for us at the staff and commission level, is as we put this into practice and as we learn and adapt and building this, I would be interested in having some feedback from the commissioners about whether dashboarding is of interest to you outside of the context that we're doing and putting it into practice right now, so that it can help you understand other projects maybe that we're not even contemplating on this list, whether it's something that we could start to incorporate perhaps into our strategic plan or into the IWRS as we look at how we're making progress with those types of things. I just think it's a tool that could be used in a lot of different ways. But I think ultimately right now we're going to need to be patient and learn as we go. And I think one of the things that we'll be doing at the staff level is not only trying to figure out how we make it functional and implementable on our end and not too labor intensive, but also, we've got a lot of different audiences that we're trying to communicate with and trying to find the best mix of information that can meet most interests and needs.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee, did you have a comment?
Yes, I like the idea of the dashboard as put together, and I know that some of the stakeholders and legislators would like to see the whole thing, but I agree also with Kathy's comment. Maybe we could just excise the part that really applies to policy, and we would follow that and occasionally have ability to look at the other.
Maybe there's a way to create a spreadsheet that has an order.
Yeah.
And the top of the list is the strategic stuff and the rest is after. But you guys.
Certainly not my area of expertise in
Right.
terms of
Nor
spreadsheets,
mine.
but you can shape spreadsheets and you can expand them and have a lot of data, and you can also narrow them down. You can be selective in terms of the fields of information that you want to convey. And so we certainly recognize that. And I think we have a lot of flexibility from that standpoint. I think we've just got some conversation to have in terms of how many data points are we going to ask our managers to keep track of, and what's useful for you all as well as our stakeholders and different interests externally. And I really want to double underscore the need for speed right now for us in terms of getting this information out there is that it's going to inform our budget process that's in play right now, because we need to help our stakeholders understand if there are some items that are part of our current budget that we think need to be advanced into next biennium. We need to help them understand that and get their support. And we want to make sure that you understand that as well, if that's going to be part of our agency request budget. So there's a real need for us to continue to the communication. I've been committing a lot of my time to those conversations because I think they're really important. And it's a bit messy right now, quite honestly, because again, we're building this and running at the same time. And but I think we're making progress, and I encourage you. I thank you first of all for your feedback now, but I encourage you to continue to give us your thoughts about how we can make this as useful as possible.
Commissioner Mall, did you have follow-up, or is that a?
Yeah, just quickly to Tom's point, since he was asking for that, I couldn't agree more. I'm suggesting do whatever makes it simpler. And if it stays within an Excel or spreadsheet sort of format, maybe one simple way to do it is sort by type rather than others, and have, do a little bit of interior work to think about what are those highest level, what's most relevant to the commission, sort such that those are on top and the rest cascades down. Something straightforward and simple. Happy to talk more with staff if they would like any clarity on that. Thanks.
Thank you. You could continue, Tom.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, and thank you for the feedback. And I look forward to having more conversations, not only about how we communicate on this information, but also specific projects. And let me talk a little bit about some of the work that we've had in play, because there's some important things that we're starting to really build on that, outside of just trying to hire folks and onboard people and get them up to speed. You're going to hear about some of it tomorrow. One of the agenda items tomorrow will be as an example, item H, update on the well abandonment repair and replacement fund. This is a new program, with the authority and funding awarded enacted by the legislature in 2021 long session, but additional funding being put forward in 2021 December special session, with a clear expectation that we stand this program up as soon as possible, so that we can start distributing funds for domestic well owners who are impacted by drought or fire concerns or damage. And we had not contemplated needing to get the program up in that timeline. So it's another example of how our priorities shift over time. And you'll get briefed more in a lot more detail on that tomorrow, but just wanted to point that out as a project that's been clearly on our radar screen just in recent months. But some others that are starting to play out that are a big deal for us. We've got a number of projects that are really important. Some of them are more long-term, like our groundwater water budget work. We're busy staffing up in terms of having the capacity to be able to work on those issues. But we understand, and I think the legislature understands, as well as our stakeholders, that is a multi-biennium effort that we're embarking on. And so our key focus there is just to get the people, get them trained up and start to move down the path in a meaningful way, but knowing that to kind of do the full build out around that work is going to take some time. There are other efforts, as I mentioned, with our contested case or protest workload, where we have one-time funding and an expectation that we get as much done within a short period of time. My hope is that we can demonstrate that a lot of progress around that area, and that would then lead to some additional investment over time, because our workload around protests has grown, actually. And let me give you a quick snapshot of what's been happening there. We have in past years, as you know, and many of you know, we've struggled in terms of our legal budget. Has been to cover our costs from the Department of Justice has been not sufficient to meet the demands that we have and the need that we have to be able to have DOJ help advise us on some of our day-to-day work, as well as contested cases or litigation. And as our issues get more complex, as we deal with scarcity more and more, it's not surprising that we need to have legal counsel at our sides to help us navigate through complex situations. As a result, over quite a long period of time, we've not been able to carry out very many protests through the contested case process. And in fact, I'm ballparking that we probably have averaged maybe 2, 3 in any given biennium over the past several biennia. As a result, we've had kind of a backlog that's been building for quite a long time of protests that have not been resolved, and they've just been sitting in a long queue. And at the beginning of the biennium, we had about 125 of those. So in past biennia, we've been able to move maybe 1 to 3 forward in the biennium. With the resources that we received in our 2021 budget, we have been able to staff up. We have 2 protest coordinators on staff now, and Department of Justice has hired an attorney who will be solely dedicated to this. We initially, as a result, put forward, submitted 28 contested or protests to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So that's a massive increase in terms of workload compared to what we've been able to manage in the past. It's probably more than we're going to be able to do realistically over the course of this time period, but there's some strategy associated with this from the standpoint that putting those cases forward we felt was important. Because it will, and it ranges in terms of the issues. We have transfers, permit extensions, in-stream water right protests. We have a wide range of subject matter. We thought it was important to have those, but we also thought it was important to demonstrate and to be a bit assertive in terms of the amount of work we were trying to get done. One of the great benefits of that we've seen so far is that we've seen that it's changed the landscape from the standpoint of some of the protestants and participants in this. The fact that these get referred to the Office of Administrative Hearings is enough of a change that we saw some of the protests withdrawn, I think 2, 3 perhaps, maybe more. And it's also set the wheels in motion for us to be able to settle some of these issues. And that's very encouraging because that is the most cost-effective way for us to be able to resolve these matters. And so we see the ability for us to be able to put these into motion with the Office of Administrative Hearings is very beneficial, but we've got to be able to back it up with some resources. It's got to be a real threat, if you will, that we're going to move on these. And so I'm expecting that we'll be able to continue to move on settlement negotiations. We're going to make that a big priority, but we also expect that we'll be moving into contested cases. So that is a work in progress in terms of where we're at and where we're going. But what I wanted to mention is that since the beginning of the biennium, we've had additional new protests come in, including well over 100 in-stream water right protests from Douglas County alone, based on a suite of in-stream water right applications that the Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted just recently. So that's so now we have, rather than 125 protests, we've got somewhere in the ballpark of 250. So that's a little demoralizing, I have to admit. We're making progress, and this is where I guess gets back to the point of how important it is for us to communicate effectively, because I think we will be able to demonstrate with the resources that we received this biennium that we've made progress. But what we can't control is the number of protests that come in around different decisions. And so there you go. There you have it. The other couple things I wanted to mention, and we can open it up to any questions that we might have, but I want to be sensitive to our time here. A couple of really important work groups are in progress or getting stood up here now with the beginning of the 2022. One is the Regional Water Planning and Management Work Group. Chair Reeves has been helpful in kind of helping to get the table set for this effort. The group has now met twice. There are, I think, 30 members on this group, which is probably not the ideal number for a work group, but I think is reflective of the level of interest in this. And we've been really at the point where we're kind of working through process and kind of preliminary understanding of issues. In fact, I'm sorry, if we had just, I can't remember if we have 1 or 2 meetings now. Is it just 2? Okay. Sorry, too many things going on. This is an important effort, and I think in my mind, it's highly connected to both the integrated water resources strategy and the 100-year vision, in that it's really asking this group to reflect on how how do we plan for water? And how do we best plan for water, and to what scale? And so there's a real opportunity for a conversation about place-based planning. It's an opportunity for folks who have done water planning through other means to talk about what the strengths and weaknesses of their approach was. And so this group is going to be wrestling with kind of planning and how to make it meaningful. And then the other element of this that's going to be important to this conversation is how can the state be most helpful in working with those groups as a partner, as a funder, and as a technical provider of technical information. And so this, to me, really fits into the 100-year vision questions and conversation around water infrastructure, both built and natural, and really gets to a conversation around the system that we might use in Oregon, and whether the current system, which is multifaceted, is adequate, or whether it can be improved upon. And so we've got a lot of conversations ahead. Right now, we're really just kind of in learning mode. There were some state agency presentations at the second meeting, and we will be having some additional, again, I am confused about a number of meetings we've had. I apologize. It's a little embarrassing, but we are still in education mode, and we'll be then starting to dive into more meaty discussion among the members of the groups as we hear from place-based planning groups, as we hear from other folks who have experience planning. So that group is going to be meeting on a monthly basis through the bulk of 2020. The other group I want to mention that's important is our Tribal State Agency Task Force. We've recently had a organizational meeting with representatives of the 9 federally recognized tribes to try to launch the formal effort around this. The specific focus of the group is still under review, but we hope that it will be something similar to what was referenced in the letter from the 9 tribes to Governor Brown, which is really looking to set a table between the state agencies that are involved with water and the 9 tribes, and to really educate each other. So what we may see going forward would be a model where we would have monthly meetings, probably half-day meetings, and in those meetings we will have individual agencies that have some purview over water talk about what they do, what their programs are, what their responsibilities are, what their issues are. We'll also have individual tribes talk about their interests in water, and use that probably first few meetings as that kind of educational download between the tribes and the agencies, and then have some discussion about, well, what are we learning from this? What recommendations might we have that we could convey to the governor, our current governor, as well as the next governor, to the state legislature in 2023. And my hope is that we will be able to do a report out. There's a tribal summit that happens every year, typically in November, with all of the 9 federally recognized tribes and the state. And that would be a great venue to be able to provide some reflections of the work group, or excuse me, the task force, with any recommendations or findings they might have. So those are big efforts. Those are both going to be probably monthly efforts, with, of course, work in between. We have other task forces that we still need to pull together around the storage or transfer of storage rights. We don't know whether our funding is eligible because it's the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA dollars. But if it's eligible and we're given the green light by the Department of Administrative Services, that will give us the ability to be able to pull together a work group around how water rights functions in our agency are supported, and what revenues support those functions going forward. And we also have a community engagement funding to work with environmental justice and other underserved communities, and to help educate and kind of strengthen our connection and as well as other state agencies that have water functions with those communities that have not participated as much as some of our more typical stakeholder groups that we've worked with. So that effort also has not, we've had some preliminary conversations, but we've not in a position to stand that up yet, and looking forward to being able to report out to you at a future meeting on our progress around that. I think with that, I know I'm about at my time, and I want to make sure if there are any questions that we have a little bit of time for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Questions, comments from commissioners? Well, that is a lot. I'll just say that. And thank you for bringing us up to speed on that.
Thank you.
It looks like no more questions. So where are we in our agenda? We are into groundwater allocation proposed action plan with Doug Woodcock and Ivan Gall and Justin Iverson. Welcome to all three of you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Commission, for the record, Doug Woodcock, Deputy Director for the department, and we are here today to talk about the update to our groundwater allocation policy and process. And so today I would just like to do a little opener before we do the presentation. Today, Justin is going to be point on providing the presentation, but we also have with us Ivan Gall, who, like myself, is a former groundwater manager for the state. And all three of us will be contributing as necessary, and certainly here to field any questions for the commission. So you've asked the department to come back with a plan for a new groundwater allocation policy that is more protective of senior users. And this came about because of numerous conversations that we've had, but also because the department is observing groundwater declines across the state. And with the drying and warming condition, water masters are reporting distribution of surface water going back further in priority than it has historically. Despite this, many groundwater applications are being approved in areas where we have concerns and areas where we cannot determine whether the aquifer is over-appropriated. And the reason for this is that our current allocation process, as you recall from our meeting back in December when we went through this, is very prescriptive and focuses on preventing acute short-term impacts while allowing those uses whose impacts are of a more long-term nature. Over time, these impacts compound and contribute to further shortages of water. What we are proposing to you today, I should say, is that the department step away from its longstanding process that examines new uses on an application by application basis without regard to the broader water conditions and allocations in the basin. And that we evaluate and adopt a process much more grounded in water availability and examinations of over-appropriations and stability of the groundwater resource. And by that, I mean, rather than taking an application and looking for hydraulically connected groundwater within a mile of the well, or looking at nearby wells and seeing whether they are experiencing groundwater declines, that we really take a step back and we look at the broader basin or sub-basin in question. And we look at groundwater stability, and we look at overall water availability, and we look at all of the nature of and the allocations that have already been made in that basin for a totality view of is water available before we move on. And so this is a much more holistic look that we're discussing here. You've also signaled to us that this is a priority for you, and we have proposed a very ambitious schedule here, and this is a big lift. So we ask that, we beg your indulgence, I guess, in that it's a lot of work, and we are really looking to dig into this and examine these concepts that we are proposing for their merit and their feasibility to see if in fact we can accomplish what you have directed us to do. And so we will be coming back to you regularly with updates as we work through this. We don't have all the answers yet. We've got some good ideas, but we have yet to really tease apart these tendrils that relate rule to rule and rule to statute to make sure that we're on solid footing here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Justin and we'll step through, and please share any questions that you have for us today.
Yeah. So Chair Reeves and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Justin Iverson and I manage the groundwater section here at the department. I'm going to pull up a set of slides to share with you, so bear with me for one moment. Okay, so can folks see just the slides and not all my notes and such? There's details in there that that I'll kind of leave to those past presentations that we'll be glossing over, but I want to flag that they're there. Going to be given generalized and simplified figures. We've talked about this as well in past presentations, but just want to clarify that we are kind of given the big picture and we're glossing over a lot of details in order to keep things coherent and within our time scale. But just want to flag that there's always more details to talk about, and happy to do that if there's any questions along the way. And then lastly, as Doug mentioned up front, we've got some generalized recommendations and concepts, and there's lots of details to work out. So, be looking forward to that. So, quick couple slide recap again of our last meeting in December, and want to make sure to touch on or retouch on a couple of science slides just to reiterate the background or the foundation for what we're doing. So again, we showed this quote back in December from one of the founders of modern hydrogeology, Mr. Tice, who back in 1940 in a paper called The Source of Water Derived from Wells, pointed out that all water discharged by wells is balanced by a loss of water somewhere. I've got a little block diagram from that original 1940s paper in the bottom. It's not super legible, but I've shown similar block diagrams in many presentations. And I just want to again reiterate that groundwater is just one component of the hydrologic cycle. It receives recharge from precipitation and other sources, usually in the uplands. It transmits water down gradient, and that water typically then discharges in many places in Oregon, dominantly to streams and springs. And before well development, that system's in dynamic equilibrium, that hydrologic cycle's in dynamic equilibrium. And roughly what goes in on an annual basis is what comes out on an annual basis. So everything's flowing through. And again, with some kind of buffering by the aquifer, it's roughly steady state. What's being infiltrated is what's coming out. Now, when wells are drilled into that aquifer and intercept water along that flow path, water comes from a couple of sources. So this is a plot from a much more modern report, USGS in 2012, titled Stream Flow Depletion by Wells. And this is, again, going to be an important concept because much of our almost all of our recommendations are based on this understanding that at early pumping time, so sorry, I should describe real quick. Here's a graph that shows, again, the source of water to wells as a percentage of the pumping rate on the y-axis as pumping time goes on the x-axis. So at early time, almost 100% of the water comes from storage. And as pumping continues, the Kona depression builds, storage is more and more pumped, but also again, we're pumping from a dynamic flow system that's discharging generally to stream base flow. And over time, we're capturing more and more of that water that would otherwise be discharged to the stream until at long times in a hydraulically connected system to surface water we're seeing 100% capture. So what we're pumping from the ground is water that would otherwise be coming out in streams and springs. So important concepts of timing. This paper goes into a lot of detail about what location means. It's also an important concept, but breezing over it today. So we also spent a good deal of time back in December walking through our process for allocating groundwater from the 50s up to today. And we summarized that with a slide very similar to this, pointing out that groundwater allocation over the past 50 years has resulted in areas of groundwater level declines and reduced surface water flows, and pointed out that those are at the expense of senior users. So if a new groundwater allocation is built out today and it captures water that would otherwise be base flow, that's water that senior surface water users were depending upon. And if it causes groundwater levels to decline, that's water that, again, it's likely that other groundwater users are depending on. So we pointed out, again, as Doug mentioned at the top of the presentation, that our current statute, rules, and policies are structured to prevent new uses that would have short-term acute impacts, while allowing less significant short-term impacts to occur for the beneficial use of groundwater. So that was that's how the system is set up today. All right, and then as Doug mentioned, we received your direction back in December to develop some recommendations to update our allocation process, and that it's a high priority. So without further ado, we'll move into the recommendations that we've worked to come up with here over the last few months. Want to start out by saying that that we've maintained within our law, our policy, and our planning when we've been coming up with these. So as Doug said, lots of details to be worked out and make sure we follow all the tendrils. But broadly speaking, we're working within the policy of the legislature as put down in the Groundwater Act of 1955 and our statutes. We're working within the policy and principles of the commission as laid out in our rules in Division 400 and 410. Work we're doing now is one of the key components of our 2019 strategic plan to modernize our management of water resources in the state. And it also addresses recommended action 11E of our integrated water resources strategy to develop additional groundwater protections. So all that was kept in mind as we went forward with your direction in December. I want to point out a couple specific definitions here that are going to be important, again, to our recommendations. And the first is just plucking out one piece of the legislative policy that in order to ensure the welfare, safety, and health of the state, that reasonably stable groundwater levels be determined and maintained. So we'll come back to that reasonably stable a couple of times here in the slides. And also a specific definition of Division 400, that over appropriated means a condition in which either it's kind of a two-part definition, the appropriation of groundwater resources by all rights exceeds the average annual recharge, or, big or statement, results in further depletion of already over appropriated surface water. So it's kind of an interesting definition because, as we just talked about with the role of groundwater systems in the hydrologic cycle, before well development, recharge generally equals discharge. And so the first part of that basically says use up all the groundwater that's otherwise flowing to streams, but then says, or if it's going to result in further depletion of already over appropriated surface waters, that we shouldn't do that. And as we talked about before a bit in December, our current rules, again, have kind of narrowed our scope down to kind of take a middle ground of this definition of over appropriated and say, well, we're going to prevent these acute short-term impacts, but we're going to allow these longer-term impacts. So our goals going forward are to, again, as Doug pointed out, we want to address allocation within a longer term and basin-wide perspective. So take a bit broader view than the short-term limits that we put on ourselves. And also, we wanted to keep in mind that we've talked again in the past, and this was in 2017 and going forward, there's been scrutiny of a checkbox we have on our form that says cannot be determined. So we want to make sure that when we're going in and taking a look at our rules and proposing rule changes, and all this is eventually going to need a rule change to put in place, that we establish criteria that support definitive findings. So we want to make sure that we support our technical hydrogeologists and making sure that we've got clear directions so that they can mark a yay or a nay, not a cannot be determined. So with that, we've got three main concepts to present to you for updating the technical groundwater review process. First one is we want to define reasonably stable groundwater levels. We don't have a statewide definition of reasonably stable right now. There are a couple specific definitions in rule for a couple of critical areas in the Umatilla, but those are the only two places in the state. What we do have, and I'll point out here in a few slides, we do have definitions of excessively declined, so we know what not reasonably stable is, but we don't know what reasonably stable might be at this point, or I should say we haven't defined that. Secondly, we want to define what are impacts to already overappropriated surface waters, and we want to do that relying on our current systems. So we have a water availability reporting system that we rely upon for surface water allocation, and it lets us know if we've allocated, how much we've allocated compared to what the 80% or what natural flow we'd expect to be exceeded 80% of the time on a monthly basis. So we want to use our existing systems to help us with that. We also want to recognize that we regulate surface water users back every year, and we've got a plethora of information from our water masters on how that happens on various streams. So we want to use our regulation history to help inform what is already overappropriated surface water. I'll say that these aren't kind of one-off. We had initially called these recommendations. It's not necessarily a menu to choose one from, but it's a suite of, we're calling them concepts here in the presentation, that are all going to work together, and they're going to work together to get at that source of water to wells, both the short term from pumping from storage, which is going to result in water levels falling to some amount. That has to happen for wells to operate, but we want to keep that reasonably stable over time. And we're going to use these items 2 and 3 to get at pumping after many seasons, long-term cumulative impacts. How's that affecting surface water bodies? So we want to take the whole scientific understanding of the source of water to wells into account. All right, so I've now got a couple of examples to try and make this real for folks, to help people understand exactly what these might mean and where our future work is pointing us. I might pause here though, just to see if there's any questions. I can only see a couple folks on my screen, so I want to make sure that if there's any hands up that I'm not seeing, somebody can flag that for me.
Maybe if any commissioners have, I don't see any hands up, but if you have questions, looks like not right now, Justin. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So good. So that was all kind of the real broad upper level. I'm going to zoom us in on a couple real world examples here again to kind of point out what the data show and what a hydrogeologist reviewing a new application might see, and how these three concepts that we've just talked about would fit into that. So for first example here on concept 1, which is looking at groundwater assessments or groundwater level assessments, I've pulled out a slide from our June 3rd presentation to the commission about our groundwater concerns map. And this is showing a number of wells that are drilled just outside into the north of the Mount Angel groundwater limited area. These are all basalt wells. And each one of these that's color coded on the map on the left. And I guess this gray outline is a township. So that's 36 square miles for a sense of scale there. Each one of those wells corresponds to a water level on the right. You can see that they're all pretty well hydraulically connected with one another. They're all following the same general trend. They're all dropping over time. So again, one of our goals is to say, well, when we see this, is this maintaining reasonably stable water levels? And I guess I should point out the scale here. These are all water levels plotted against an elevation in feet above mean sea level. The scale runs from 20 to 120 feet AMSL. So that's a 100-foot throw on the y-axis, and water levels taken from the early 90s on to today. And we can see that some of our oldest water levels were up in the 100-foot elevation range, and our most recent are somewhere between 50 and 60. And so we are at about or approaching real near to 50 feet of decline from our highest known water level. And that happens to be one of the division 8 definitions of excessively declined, if we see something that's 50 feet lower than our highest known water level. So in this case, we know that water levels are not reasonably stable. And indeed, we've been, even under our current process, we've been proposing to deny new applications here. The quickest example I could find was a 2004 application that we proposed to deny that is actually sitting in our protest queue right now. But so this is obvious, right? This is something that we've already known and been taken into account. But what about something that's less obvious? So I'm going to take us to the east here across the Cascades into the Deschutes Basin. This is a pretty broad map where, let's see if I can get a pointer up here. We've got the City of Sisters, City of Redmond, City of Bend, and we've got a series of wells, and they're color coded by water level decline rate over the past about 30 years. So these ones furthest to the west, closest to the Cascades, where we get a lot of recharge, young volcanic system that transmits a lot of water through. We've seen no declines. That's great. As water and water, just to refresh folks' memory, in the Deschutes, generally it's all recharged in the Cascades, or a large majority is, and it flows to the east and north and discharges to the Deschutes River right about on the north end of the slide. I guess it's over here. But there's this thing called the Sisters Fault Zone that runs in between, and that affects groundwater level flow. And we see that once we have some wells that are getting into the Sisters Fault Zone, we start to see perhaps a bit of decline. And as we cross the Sisters Fault Zone, we're seeing wells with maybe half a year of decline, and it gets more acute the further east you go until we get to a foot or more of decline. And so now I'm going to show these same wells on a hydrograph, and this one's a little bit different. This is showing water level change since spring of 1995. So the elevations of all these, because it's such a large area, they're all different. So if you plotted them, they'd all be stacked one on top of each other, but this kind of allows us just to look at change over time. And generally, these upper level hydrographs are the wells west of the Sisters Fault Zone. This middle one is within, and these are east. So just to start us out on the west side, we see kind of an up and down trend, and this trend in water levels follows roughly the climate cycle. So from 1995 onward, had some relatively wet years, water levels rose in response. Some dry years after that, water levels fall, and then another cycle here, right? So we've called out these roughly decadal climate cycles result in roughly decadal water level cycles. So even though things are going up and down, that's relatively stable. I think everybody can agree on that. As we start moving east and looking at these wells, we see a well that started following pretty close with these other ones in magnitude response to climate cycles. And then there's a little bit of a bump here, but we see that we're starting to, this well at least, is starting to respond less to the climate cycle. And the further east you go, if we zoomed in here, the climate cycle would still be present, but it gets diminished more and more and more. And the signal of pumping, as well as lined canals in some cases, results in falling water levels over time. And now we get a little more tricky in our definition of what is reasonably stable. You know, some of these trends are dropping relatively slowly. And so folks are using up a bit of storage over time. Less than half a foot a year. Is that reasonably stable? Could very well be. As we get further to the east, now water levels are dropping more and more. And in the most extreme case here, we've reached 30 foot of decline since 1995. And it looks like if the trend continues as it has, we're going to continue at about a foot a year. And so we're going to hit that excessively declined threshold in about 20 years, I'd predict from this point. So is that reasonably stable? And or should we be adding more use when this is our current trend? And we're, the department's facing this right now, where we've started to say, hey, you know, we're headed toward excessively declined. We don't need to hasten our way there, and we should start thinking about planning for what's going to happen when we get there. So the big overall point is we don't have to present to you today reasonably stable equals X. We got a lot of work and a lot of talking to do internally and with our stakeholders to define what this is going to look like. So that's something for the future. All right, with that, I'm going to move on to concepts 2 or 3. So I guess I should pause there and just see if anybody's got any questions on the reasonably stable part. Okay. All right, so, and by all means, jump in. Like I say, I can only see a couple of you, so just shout out, don't be shy and interrupt. Okay, so we're gonna look now at, again, this concept of resulting in further depletion of already over-appropriated surface waters. Again, I've got up here our simplified block diagram from USGS circular called Groundwater and Surface Water, a single resource, showing, well, you can see this is part C of a 3-part triptych, and the first one maybe I should have put up here was without the well, and precipitation infiltrated, hit the water table, and it flowed to the stream and discharged to the stream. And again, as I've emphasized many times, if you put a well in here and develop it, the first thing you do is develop this cone of depression and you get some storage dominated depletion. But once you establish that, eventually all the water that's coming out of the well is balanced by capturing throughput that would have otherwise gone to the stream. Or maybe if that flow is high enough, you're actually pulling water out of the stream instead of just reducing the base flow discharge. And if that stream has senior water users on it, then, you know, a new well put in here is only going to exacerbate the impacts on an already over-appropriated stream. So let's take a look at what that might look like from the standpoint of data. We're going to return to the example of our township here just north of the Mount Angel Groundwater Limited area. This time I'm showing alluvial wells. So you'll recall that last slide was just a few wells. It was basalt wells. Those are deeper, further from stream systems. These alluvial wells are generally shallower, generally hydraulically connected. And you can see that even though it's a bit messy here with the hydrograph, but all of these wells are showing generally stable water levels over time. We don't see that big 50-foot decline that we saw in the basalt wells, but that doesn't necessarily mean that water is available. Or what I should say is, under our current review process, if a new application came in here today and it was more than a mile from any of these surface water bodies, we would likely propose to approve, right? That would be a water right that we might issue today. However, we know that even though that well might be a mile from a stream, over time, we are capturing water that would otherwise flow to these streams flowing down the valley. And so I failed to mention it, but in the basalt case for this township, we'd issued about roughly 4,000 acre feet of annual duty in the basalt. In the sediments, we've issued 10 times that much. We've issued 40,000, right? And so why are the water levels stable when we've issued 10 times more water? Well, because we're capturing water that would have otherwise discharged to the streams. We might also, in extreme cases, be pulling in a little extra recharge. There's other things that might be going on, but the point is, all these alluvial wells are impacting the streams, and under today's regime, again, based on distances and our focus on short-term acute impacts, we might issue more. So we want. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question about that? That slide? In the case where, in this example, if the proposed water right is more than a mile away, I think what you're saying is, so it puts it outside the rules coverage, but this is a situation where you know enough about the geology to know that regardless of where that well is, it's impacting surface water. And I assume I'm assuming there are going to be places where you are not as certain of that and it's more than a mile away, but maybe not.
Yeah, correct. We have a pretty good handle on the geology and therefore the general flow paths. Pretty much anywhere in the state, I would say. I don't know, Chair Reeves, if I'm asking a lot to ask folks to remember way back to 2017, but in the presentation that we gave, we had talked about, look, we have some data and information everywhere. Like it's just a matter of degree, and we base our decisions based on best available information. But from the perspective of how do the groundwater flow systems work, we can really kind of lump them into two big categories. Either it's an active flow system in dynamic equilibrium, so recharge equals discharge, and way over on the east side, I mean, in the Harney Basin, the discharge area used to be Malheur Lake in the middle of the basin, and we knew that we had recharge on the outset, and it flowed to the middle. We've disrupted that a bit, but we know in broad terms that's the case. I guess similarly, we know in broad terms, if we go up to the Umatilla Basin and we drill deep into the basalts, that's going to be water that's been there for a while and isn't likely to actively flowing in most cases to support stream flow.
Okay.
So that's the long way of answering.
No,
that general question, kind of a first principles question. And
yeah, with these concepts, that was my question is, how often is that going to be useful? And it sounds like often it could be useful, basically. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess I could point out that we have a set of rules to protect state scenic waterways, and they sit in a different section of the statutes and what have you, but we're already taking this approach for state scenic waterway impacts because we don't have another set of overlaying rules that put these short-term, short-distance impacts overlaid on the state scenic waterways. So we do have experience with these types of overall assessments in that context.
In that context. Commissioner Wolf, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Justin, earlier you presented to us that, I can't remember the gentleman's name or the exact quote, but it was relating to that we're in a finite system, and when you sink a well, you're taking water from somewhere else that would eventually show up somewhere else. So that brings me personally back to nothing can truly be created nor destroyed. Has anybody ever sat down and accumulated the the rainfall within a basin versus the allocated water, ground and surface within a basin, and tried to work the equation backwards, so to speak?
Yes, we have done that. So, boy, back in the, oh, I might get this date wrong, but I'll just say the late 60s, USGS scientist named Robeson put together estimates statewide. And we've talked in past meetings about one of the, well, I should say one of the concepts in House Bill 2018 is to update that report with more modern methods, but we do have those baseline numbers, and we have compared them to general groundwater allocation statewide. When you do it on a full basin scale, what you're basically getting is a proportion of throughput that you've captured. And I don't have those numbers in front of me, but like rough orders of magnitude in the Deschutes, there's a lot of recharge compared to what we've allocated, and we've allocated at less than 10%. In other basins, the Harney Basin is the most kind of poignant today. We've allocated close to 100% or more. So there is a range, and certainly that's important to know. And also, because these are big basins and the flow system and the geology is variable, even though in the Deschutes we have so much recharge basin-wide compared to development basin-wide, the development is actually concentrated, right? All that development is concentrated around Bend, Sisters, Redmond, and the further east you get, the further from the flow zone you are, and there's that Sisters fault zone that's kind of interrupting the flow a bit. And so we see these declines anyway, right? We see these acute declines in areas where we've concentrated development. So looking basin-wide at the budgets, like I say, it gives a good overall impression. And sometimes it's very acute or very important, such as in the Harney Basin. But again, there can be localized impacts that doesn't quite pick up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, sure.
I think we're good to move forward. I'm just looking to see if I don't see any other questions right at this moment.
Okay, great. Well, just a couple more slides to wrap up. So again, in this case, water levels are relatively stable. That's great. However, we know that we're impacting surface water. And again, to date, currently we're focused on these short-term acute impacts. So we would allow more impact to occur. So going forward, what we'd like to do is take a broader approach and say, hey, in a flow system where we know that groundwater is supporting surface water flow, we should really take a look at whether streams are fully appropriated or not. And one real obvious place to do that is to look at the water availability reporting system. Again, we run into the question of thresholds. We're going to have to define some thresholds on what we're doing. So this is a slide that's showing various basins in the state and how many months of available stream flow they have, where stream flow calculated to occur 80% of the time in these basins is in excess of what we've allocated months of the year. They're fully appropriated. As you get to cooler and cooler temperatures, there's more and more months of available water. So this is just one of many ways of looking at the water availability data and points out some refinement that we need to do going forward. Also, not all basins in the state have water availability. So there's these big white areas, and then kind of up here some of these smaller watersheds flow into the Columbia and some on the coast, kind of hard to pick out, where we don't have data available. And also there's some where we have just really big areas. So the Oahe is one really big water availability basin, and there's a lot of tributaries in there that we want to take into account. And so one of the ways we can do that, as I mentioned near the top, is to look at our regulation history. So again, I'll caveat, this is a slide showing the earliest priority date that we've regulated to back in between 2018 and 2020. It's putting an early priority date on full basins. So the same thing that the same caveat I just gave in my answer to Commissioner Wolf, I'll make here that I don't want to imply that the whole basin is regulated back to these dates, but this is kind of the worst case scenario just for illustrative purposes. But we do have this data for a lot of basins in the state, or a lot of much more refined, smaller watersheds and individual streams. And we want to honor that information that we have and use that as well. So we'll continue to work to come up with a concept of how we're going to do that and how we're going to make that apparent and visible and transparent. So with that, again, I'll return to Doug's discussion at the top of the hour that we got a lot of work to do on a tight schedule. So we need to get an internal team together to draft rule updates to work out kind of our first cut at these concepts. Then we're going to have a robust rules advisory committee process to make sure that we get input from all of our stakeholders on this. I'd expect that to be a good ride. And we are aiming to come back with proposed rule adoption before the end of the calendar year. And that is where I will leave it to folks to continue the discussion if you'd like to give us more input.
Thank you, Justin. And thank you, Doug, as well. Do commissioners have comments, questions? Oh, Commissioner Mull, I see a hand up.
Yes, thanks. Wow, lots there. I appreciate what I think is a relatively compressed timeline, 6 months more or less. I appreciate that. I know that's going to be an extremely heavy lift, and especially given the variety of stakeholders that will want to be at the table on this. Bravo, and then well, I want to encourage you all to try to meet that because this is timely and critical. One question, this concept of relatively stable that is embedded, I guess, in the first approach, is that in statute? Is that, so that's statute, that is what we're working, the legal disclaimer you started with, we're working within the system. So, okay, that's a problem. I mean, I think that's the crux of the problem. And the way I think about it now, I guess we haven't talked about it because we haven't gotten in this meeting a precipitation update, but my understanding is that we just changed our baseline for considering how we report on water this year. We've shifted forward 30 years in time, is my understanding, simply because things have changed. And so to Woody's question about, whole basin and water inputs, water outputs, I mean, we're acknowledging, it seems like as a state, that our water inputs are not what they were 30 years ago, 50 years ago, whatsoever. And so rather than the stable, what's considered reasonably stable, it seems like what we need to talk about is slope. The rate of change seems to be the crux of the matter. And I guess that would be a pretty dramatic shift to be able to get statute. And I don't know what's involved in that, but I would encourage that to be the discussion, one of the real discussion points, because ultimately it's interesting thinking about the Central Oregon Irrigation District and this question of being much more efficient and getting rid of open irrigation ditches that are contributing to groundwater recharge, no question. When we consider it on one hand as a problem, and we try to solve that problem, and it's only going to contribute to this other problem in another way. And back to my comments to start the day, the concentrated development that we're seeing in some of these rural towns and communities, that's happening, and the capital is going to go in that direction. But we're also seeing, especially with COVID, an explosion of attempts to get right to the edge of what's allowable for a rural residents outside of these concentrated areas. So the challenges are only going to become bigger. This is an area where I feel like this, to Commissioner Kihara's opening comments today, this question of not having as much, it's not simply a distribution problem, we have less. And so I guess that's, those aren't really questions. Those are encouragements. It's support. I think it's critical. I think it's important. These are the kind of things that the department needs to lead on. I went back and looked at the strategic plan, and interestingly, the groundwater piece is the first priority that shows up. And we talk about data and how important the data is going to be. We don't really make a statement in that strategic plan about the issue itself, and I think now we're ready to. So all ears on this going forward, and let us know, please, how the commission can continue to support you in this.
Thank you, Joe. I thought I saw another hand up earlier, but.
That was just me. I
okay.
I don't have a specific question. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. Putting this report together in a short period of time after a request in December. And really, I think that your presentation really laid out more of the complexities that exist in determining groundwater availability, in particular, how the geography and how the geology plays a role in water availability. And I think it's good for all of us to hear that, as well as everyone else on the call. This definitely isn't an easy task. And just appreciate the work that you are putting into it and in trying to establish those baselines so we can know what we're working, from on whether or not it's we determine that there is appropriate or the right amount of availability in order to give out a permit. So really, again, just appreciate the work that you've done. And like Commissioner Mull said, whatever we can do to support you moving forward on this, we're here. So thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add, thank you, Julie and Joe. I think this is great work you're doing with these ideas you've put out here, and to kind of reorient on this groundwater issue. I would ask two things, and I don't want to create more work for you, but I would really like to have an update at each commission meeting about how this is going and what kinds of things are subjects of disagreement among the stakeholders, because this is it's just a means for us to stay informed. And then actually, when we get a final product for adoption, we're not quite as deer in the headlights as we might otherwise be. So that was one point. The other point that really struck me, and maybe what you're really saying is you're wanting to create a structure where you will always know the answer to the question, is water available or is it not, based on the structure that you've put in place. But I would just say, whatever structure there is, my bias would be, if you don't know that water is available, then the answer is that water is not available. And I don't know, I think where you're trying to go is where you will always be able to answer that question. But I would just keep that in mind, that'd be my preference too. If there has to be a default for now, that the default should be that water is not available. So I think this timeline is incredibly aggressive, and I applaud you for putting it out there, and encourage you to stick with it. I appreciate your work. We do have a request for public comment on this item. So do any other commissioners want to speak up before we take public comment? We might be able to discuss some more after public comment, but I'm just checking right now. Looks like no. So we have two people. First, we have Malia, I don't want to, Kupalis. Do I have the correct pronunciation from Pacific Hydrogeology? Was it close anyway?
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Malia Kapilis with Pacific Hydrogeology. Forgive me, I'm going to read. I'm a registered geologist specialized in hydrogeology. I've been a certified water rights examiner for over 20 years. I served on the state's Groundwater Advisory Committee for 6 years and was chair for 2. I'm the current co-chair of the Oregon's Geological Map Advisory Committee. I'm working on a PhD at Oregon State University to try to develop the framework that can be used to evaluate the feasibility for aquifer storage and recovery projects. And I also serve on the board of a watershed council. The proposed plan virtually shuts down new water rights in the entire state. However, there's a different approach. We have the ability to make aquifers sustainable. And we think that these options the state should be focused on. For example, artificial recharge. Idaho has developed a program for the Snake Plain Aquifer, and in the 2019-2020 recharge season, they were able to recharge 447,950 acre-feet of water. And they're currently working on expanding to other areas of the state with just artificial recharge. We also have the aquifer storage and recovery that we can develop. We also have beaver dams for natural storage. That's one of my favorites. And one of the biggies is we need to address the impact of illegally constructed wells that commingle water in the basalt aquifers. And I will list the Mosier as a good example. And on one of Justin's slides for the Mount Angel area, Mary 5505 is an illegally constructed well, and it is very close to my one aquifer storage and recovery project. These projects should be completed and managed, I think, on a watershed basis. It is not economical to do it on a farmer scale or the individual projects like we are currently doing. The bigger watershed basis can economize on the economy of scale. And just for the record, I have developed a plan that incorporates all of these that would make water use in Oregon sustainable, taking what has been successfully done in Kansas and used and implemented for 47 years, what Idaho's doing, and what we have the foundation for here. And these storage methods and repairing wells could make everything sustainable. And I think the key is we need to store water when we have it in abundance to use it when we do not. Because in the future, we can't predict, is our water going to come in the wintertime as snow, or are we going to get it as rain? And we have to be flexible and capture that water no matter what form it comes in. And with that, I say thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying thank you for joining us today, and we appreciate you taking the time. We also have Kimberly Priestley from Water Watch who would like to make comment.
Hello, Chair Reeves, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Kimberly Priestley, and I'm here representing Water Watch of Oregon. As many of you know, Lisa Brown has been doing much of Water Watch's groundwater work in the Harney and otherwise, and has been in front of the Commission a number of times on this issue. However, she's not available to testify today, so I'm just going to provide some pretty high-level comments. Before starting, I and everyone at Water Watch wanted to thank the Commission for prioritizing this issue. We are very pleased to see the state moving forward on developing a plan for sustainable groundwater allocation. We are also pleased to hear the department commit today that they will be looking at a totality view approach for this work. This is very encouraging. The importance of this work cannot be stressed enough. groundwater overallocation causes damage to groundwater-dependent ecosystems, including springs, wetlands, and cold water refugia in rivers and streams. It's also extremely harmful to many Oregonians who rely on groundwater for drinking water, as well as to senior water right holders, whether farmer, city, or in-stream. The damage the state's current allocation scheme causes cannot be overstated. As to the staff report, rather than delve into the specific options outlined and also discussed today, I'm going to, again, just make some pretty high-level points. First, we wanted to stress the urgency of correcting the department's groundwater allocation approach. As we heard in the June 2021 staff presentation, even in areas of the state where groundwater is in decline, the state is approving 80% of the groundwater applications in front of it. And in areas where there is not adequate data to make a determination that water is available, the state is still defaulting to yes. This is the same practice that the department relied upon to overallocate groundwater in the Harney Basin by well over 100,000 acre feet. This is not consistent with the state water code and is not sustainable. And while we appreciate that the department is proposing a rulemaking to address this, this will not come fast enough. To that end, until the rules are developed, we would urge an immediate change in department approach to groundwater allocation. We would urge the commission to direct an immediate end to the default to yes approach to groundwater permitting in cases where the state does not have the data to find water is available or that is within the capacity of the resource. You know, another alternative would be to institute a temporary moratorium on the issuance of groundwater permits until the rulemaking is complete, at least in areas where groundwater is in decline. That is what the state did in the Deschutes Basin. There, the department instituted a 2-year moratorium while developing rules to govern water allocation in that basin. This was under the Deschutes Groundwater Mitigation Program. We also wanted to stress that this need to address the problem in the immediate future in advance of the rulemaking is made even more important by the fact that the department is currently operating under the premise that it cannot establish new critical groundwater areas to regulate groundwater pumping in basins where groundwater is already in crisis until it adopts new Division 10 rules. However, that rulemaking appears to be on hold and it's unclear when that will resume. Long story short, in the current climate where the state does not believe it has the authority to regulate groundwater absent a critical groundwater area, to continue to issue new permits where the state can't determine if water is available makes no sense and will only make water management that much more difficult. In closing, again, while we are pleased that the state is moving forward with rulemaking aimed at ensuring sustainable groundwater allocation, in the immediate term, we would urge the commission to direct and/or for the department to simply adopt on its own volition a default to no approach where it does not have the data to ensure water is available. This would at least stop the bleeding while a sustainable groundwater allocation program is devised. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and thank you again to the Commission for your leadership on this issue and for the department's presentation today. Thanks.
Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate you taking the time today. Any further discussion from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Quentz.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. I recognize the timelines are aggressive, and first, thanks for the presentation. But given the public comment, and the comment of other commissioners, and some of the, to be honest, some of the perception issues we have around groundwater management, and even recognizing that some of those problems were created decades ago, I wonder if there's value in trying to secure some kind of peer review of this work, not just the technical work, or maybe less the technical work, but more on some of the potential solutions, some of the language that could be drafted, looking at other states, as we heard about in public comment, or other examples where people are taking different approaches, and just get an outside set of eyes on this or two, and see if there's anything we're missing or any recommendations they might have. And it might, might be new. It might just kind of affirm where we're going. But I think that might be helpful in terms of coming up with solutions and hopefully in developing trust around our groundwater work. So thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Wolf.
Yes, I would just like to comment that through this heavy lift that the department is doing on the work to come up with solutions for us to address this, I would like to see some aggressively cautious options in their work relative to things that have occurred in the past or are occurring now from past actions. So I would like to see some very cautious options as part of their recommendations coming through this. As you had commented before, when you don't know, the default should be no. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together and really, at least thinking hard through this first cut at what needs to be done or how to approach this. Yeah, you've set a really ambitious schedule, and I think that's great. I just hope that this summer doesn't throw a curveball at us and throw things totally off base, because this is something that I think is really critical. I get worried, I worry that there's an awful lot of wells that aren't measured, a lot of pumping that is not measured. I think somehow that's got to also be addressed, as well as just, again, if you don't know the answer, can I have can I have a permit question should default to no until we have more information to make a different decision. And thank you. You guys are doing great.
Thank you, Kathy. I would, in response to the Kimberly's suggestion of just saying, the commission making a direction or whatever about, defaulting to no. My own thinking about that suggestion is that we are already on an incredibly aggressive time frame for changing these rules, and I would like to see us really try to stick with that. And unless somebody can tell me that the commission can just direct that with a wave of a hand, essentially, and it shall be done, I'm afraid that will set us into another process. An attempt to do this overnight will set us without any process, will send us into another process and divert us from the process of trying to change this. So though I appreciate the sentiment, I think better to stay the course and work on getting this done. And, the idea of a peer review, or I get also, I think Eric's point about trying to come out of this with confidence, a large degree of confidence among users in the underlying basis for it is going to be really important. And also I also support the idea of caution. Let's kind of move into a cautious permitting approach with this precious resource. So, Commissioner Mall.
Yeah, that reminds me again, that cone of depression back here in my cerebellum. It's come back again on this. This is a request for clarification that I would appreciate if staff can address. If it's not a relatively simple answer, then table it, and would love to learn more. Kimberly's suggestion that the Division 10 rules approach right now somehow getting in the way of implementing whatever comes forward. I don't really understand the nexus there, but when I see just in the 6 to 8 months ahead of us, The implication to me is something gets produced then, but all of a sudden it grinds to a halt because of something going on with Division 10. Am I totally off? I mean, am I misreading that? Is that going to be an issue? How are we anticipating something like that?
Justin, you want me to take that? Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, this is Ivan Gall. I'm Division Administrator for the Field Services Division. Commissioner Mall, good question. We're talking about, I think, kind of two separate processes here. Much of the presentation today was about allocation of new groundwater. So looking forward, how does the department deal with applications to develop new groundwater resources and basins around the state? The Division 10 rules are focused on how will the department implement critical groundwater areas in basins around the state to potentially control existing groundwater uses that have been allocated, in some cases, decades ago. Those Division 10 rules are in process. There were some new rules passed about members of the rule advisory committees that the department is working through right now. We'll probably have to change the makeup of our rule advisory committee for those Division 10 rules, and that's what's slowing that process down at this time.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner feedback? Well, I think I'm hearing a lot of support for moving forward on the track that you have proposed, and I think I heard support for the idea of keeping the commission up to date with updates at our meetings, and anything we can do to help advance this. We're here. So, yes, Doug.
Commission, I just want to say thank you for all of your encouragement and your support and the direction that you've provided. It's very helpful. This is going to be a big lift, as we said, and it is very helpful that you're there providing that guidance.
Thanks to all three of you for the work on this and the work you're about to continue to do. So appreciate it. So we are a little bit behind, but we have presenters waiting in the wings who, how about if we just plan on coming back at 4 o'clock? It'll be a short break, but let's do that so we can stay on the schedule. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Just going to give it a minute to let more of our commissioners return. All right, I think we have a good number of people present. Everybody hear me okay? So this item is on state recognition of the Upper Grand Ronde River Watershed Partnerships Place-Based Integrated Water Resources Plan. And there's a host of presenters, so I think I'll let you all decide how you'd like to do introductions and
Okay, Chair
you.
Reeves, I'll start with an introduction, and then we'll turn it over to the presenters.
All right, great, thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Steve Perrett. I'm a planning coordinator at Water Resources Department. With me today is Kim Fritz Ogren, manager of the department's Planning, Collaboration, and Investments section. The statewide integrated water resource strategy adopted in 2012 recommended the department develop a framework for and undertake place-based integrated water resources planning, lovingly known as Recommended Action 9A. In 2015, the department published draft guidelines for place-based planning, and the legislature provided specific authority within Senate Bill 266 for a pilot phase of place-based planning. The Upper Grand Ronde River Watershed Partnership was one of 4 places selected to pilot place-based planning after a competitive application process. From 2016 to 2021, the partnership worked to complete the 5-step planning process, and in April of 2021 adopted a draft plan. The partnership then submitted the draft plan for formal agency review by a state interagency plan review team, which consists of Oregon Water Resources Department, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Department of Agriculture, and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. The plan review team was tasked with determining whether the partnership's draft plan was consistent with the draft guidelines for place-based planning and the principles of the statewide integrated water resource strategy. The plan review team used the draft guidance for planning step 5 as a review tool. Through its review, the plan review team identified some required improvements to the draft plan and worked with the partnership to incorporate the needed changes into the final plan. In January of 2022, the partnership adopted its final plan by consensus. Since the partnership's adopted final plan is consistent with the draft guidelines for place-based planning and the principles of the integrated water resource strategy, the plan review team recommends the commission provide state recognition of the partnership's final plan. The staff report for this agenda item includes 3 alternatives for the commission's consideration. 1, vote to formally recognize the partnership's plan. 2, vote not to recognize the plan. Or 3, direct the department to work with the partnership to make specific changes and return with an updated plan. The director recommends alternative 1, vote to formally recognize the partnership's plan. In its decision, the commission should consider its reading of the final plan, the partnership's presentation today, the plan review team's recommendation, and public comments. We're now very happy to invite representatives of the partnership to present their plan. I'll turn it over to Dana, Donna, Jed, and Anton. You appear to be muted, Donna.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Donna Beveridge, Union County Commissioner and also the convener for the Upper Grand Ronde Watershed Partnership. planning project, a lifelong resident of Union County, a farmer and a rancher, and excited that we were able to do this. So first of all, I want to thank the Oregon Water Resource Commission for providing full funding for our project. This pilot planning project is very important to us, and thank you for putting your trust in the local users, municipalities, and as we work with the tribes and the state and federal staff working together to come up with a plan that fits the needs and concerns of the Upper Grand Ronde Basin in Eastern Oregon. As the first planning group to complete the pilot planning project, I see this as a great milestone for the Oregon Water Resource Department and all water users in Oregon. If we are successful in implementing our projects, it's success for all those behind us. After 6 years of hard work, tough discussions, and learning of the water needs of all the users, I am proud of the final list of 9 most important strategies that are identified to address our needs and concerns in the Upper Grand Ronde Basin. Our goal from the beginning was to look at all water users and put together strategies that would help municipalities, agriculture, and in-stream water users and harm none of those. Our goal in the beginning was to look at all water users, and we realized that water is life. And this local plan is helping us to look into the future to make sure that we provide clean and abundant water for future generations. I'd like to go ahead and move on to our slides.
Okay, thanks, Donna. I was just having a hard time sharing my screen, so let me try to do that again. Okay, sure. Screen 2. Okay. Tell me if you guys can see it.
Can you all see it?
Yes, we can see. I can see it.
Great.
And I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Chairs and members of the commission, for the record, my name is Dana Kurtz.
Dana, we can't hear you very well.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. Is that better?
Yep.
Thanks, Donna. I'm an environmental scientist at Anderson Perry and have had the pleasure of working with this planning group since our letter of interest in 2015. We've worked through a lot of challenges and are excited to have a roadmap going forward. And Donna prepared a video with Alex from the Grand Ronde Model Watershed that kind of introduces our basin. And I'd like to share that with you now. And let me know right away if the sound's not working, and Nirvana will help us.
We get a voice. Water is life, and we are blessed by the good things that it brings to the Upper Grand Ronde Basin in Northeast Oregon. When Oregon Water Resources Department proposed place-based local water planning groups and also funding for the planning, we jumped at the chance. As a pilot project, we had no idea where it might go, or if it would even be possible to have representatives from all water users come together and work towards the good of all. We are now finishing step 5 and applying for a feasibility study for storage. We are moving forward with the top 10 priorities that our group has come up with. And we are looking forward to a bright future in the Upper Grand Ronde Basin.
All right, I don't want to see it twice. So let's see.
Can we go down to the next slide?
Yes, let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to, there we go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
First of all, we want to just say thank you to all the individuals and the agencies that worked with us and helped us to put together this roadmap and that we are moving forward with. 6 years in the making in our county, in our water basin. But a lot of people put a lot of time in that didn't have to, because we all care about water. We must wisely manage our precious limited resource if we wish to meet the demands placed. And we are going to start out with some comments from Jed Hassinger, who's with the Union County Farm Bureau. Jed?
Hi, Chair Reeves and Commission. First, I'd just like to say thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I'd like to say thank you for considering the recognition of the Grand Ronde Basin's Place-Based Water Resource Plan. My name is Jed Hassinger, and I've served as the Ag representative on the steering committee of our planning group since its inception. My brother and I are 5th-generation farmers on the east side of the Grand Ronde Valley. Water is the lifeblood of our farm, allowing us to grow 6 different irrigated crops using surface water from Catherine Creek. Water can also be our nemesis during the seemingly ever more frequent flood events that put thousands of acres of farmland underwater at the lower end of our valley. In fact, I think the next slide that Dana is about to show depicts our farm a couple of years ago, where we had over 100 acres of peppermint and grass seed crops underwater. Farms and ranches are a very important and valuable component of the local economy and community in Union County. We're fortunate to have a climate that allows for a wide diversity of crops in the Grand Ronde Valley. Irrigation is crucial for the production of many of those crops and dramatically increases the productivity of ag lands in the valley, where our annual precipitation is only around 15 inches. Farmers in the Grand Ronde Valley have long recognized the feast or famine nature of water resources here, often feeling frustrated as we watch large quantities of spring snow melt, devastate farms with flooding, and equally often having surface water deficits in the summertime, sometimes even during the same year. Our dependence on snowmelt as a natural reservoir and our glaring lack of infrastructure to moderate stream flows in the basin makes us very vulnerable, especially in the context of climate change, where we could see an advancing and diminishing hydrograph. At the same time, demands from all user groups, as well as conflicts between them, are increasing. Our desire to ensure that our farms are sustainable for future generations requires us to address these important water resource issues and has driven the participation of the ag community in place-based planning. Place-based planning has been a truly unique opportunity for different user groups to sit down in a collaborative fashion and address these issues together. It's been heartening to see the ag, municipal, and ecological groups put political differences aside and work toward goals with mutual benefits. We've been able to acknowledge each other's needs and put together a plan that offers benefits for everyone and takes proactive steps to mitigate issues we'll likely face in the future. Now that we've made it through the planning phase, I look forward to the rubber hitting the road as we implement our plan. Using the strategies outlined in it, I'm hopeful that we'll make real improvements to the water quantity and quality issues we've been dealing with, and also make our basin more resilient in the face of whatever changes the future holds. Thanks again for your consideration of our plan.
Thanks, Jed. And then next, Anton with the tribes is going to share some of his thoughts. Anton?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the Commission, for your time today and for your consideration of our place-based plan for state recognition. My name is Anton Kiono, and I work for the Department of Natural Resources at the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. I've had the pleasure of representing the tribes in the Upper Grand Ronde Place-Based Planning Group since we started our work more than 6 years ago, as Donna mentioned. The Upper Grand Ronde is part of the Umatilla Tribe's ancestral homeland. The Treaty of 1855 reserved the tribe's rights to hunt, gather, and fish throughout this region, and the once bountiful runs of salmon and steelhead that historically returned here are central to the tribe's culture and identity. The health of our basin, its communities, and its natural resources is of critical importance to all of us who call this place home, but our future is not certain. Climate change is shifting the hydrograph, as Jed mentioned, resulting in earlier, more extreme winter runoff events and reduced stream flows during the summer, and frequently in the same year, these events occur. The simplified channelized river systems that we now have in many of these areas cut off floodplains that historically would have moderated or buffered these severe winter floods and acted as sponges to absorb high water and then slowly release it later in the season. Our once bountiful runs of salmon and steelhead are in severe decline, and our agricultural and recreational economies are grappling with increasingly dire drought conditions every year. These are challenges that are shared by all of us who depend on the water resources in the Upper Grand Ronde. Here at the Umatilla Tribes, the central tenet of our natural resource management approach is known as the river vision. Indeed, some members of the Commission here today may be particularly familiar with this concept. The river vision recognizes that the health and function of the human community is inextricably linked to the health and function of the natural community. Ensuring the well-being of the broader system requires us to come together to better understand its communities and the needs of their individual components. We feel that place-based planning offers such a framework. Its rigorous, stepwise approach asks us to first clearly determine the supply of water available, then to understand and quantify the demands placed upon that water, and only then, finally, to identify the shortfalls that exist and the ways in which they may be addressed. In essence, it asks us to create a water budget. And just like my checkbook, it's pretty hard to make informed planning decisions without first creating a budget. But that's what this process has done. It's asked us to better understand the system and its component parts. It's also evidenced the shortcomings that we face as a state in terms of available data for water planning and management. The lack of investment in stream gauging has left us with far less information than necessary to accurately understand our water resources, much less manage them as effectively as we must. And despite the presence of many critically imperiled fish species, only the barest data exist on the in-stream demands necessary to sustain those species. Sadly, we fear that our basin is not alone in facing these challenges. However, the place-based planning process also has afforded us an opportunity to identify these data gaps, and that's the critical first step. Indeed, we're already working together on ways to fill these data gaps in our basin as we look forward to implementing a plan that's both well-informed and collaborative. We hope that the state, too, can work to close these critical data gaps more broadly in the future. The process has not been easy, as collaboration seldom is, but it has been an effort led by local groups in close partnership with our friends and colleagues at our natural resources agencies. What we propose here to you today may not be perfect for any one of us, but we believe that it is good for all of us. We're proud to stand together today and present it to you, and we thank you very much for all of your faith and support over the years in making it possible. We very much look forward to continuing our work together with you in its implementation, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Anton. And I didn't say your last name because I was afraid I would pronounce it wrong. Sorry about that.
Thank you, no worries.
Okay.
All right. I can take over for a little while and was just gonna hope to introduce you guys to our the composition of our partnership, some of the geography of our area, critical issues that our group came up with, our in-stream and out-of-stream demand calculations then strategies that we developed after reviewing our water budget, and lessons learned and next steps. So kind of all the components that are within our Step 5 plan, but just kind of briefly summarized here. This is a table from our Step 5 plan showing the composition of our partnership. We have over 25 individuals and organizations that have signed on to our memorandum of understanding. And you can see from the categories from the planning guidelines that we have agencies, individuals that fit each of the different categories. So we feel pretty lucky and well represented that we had a lot of people interested in working on this process with us and volunteering their time over the years. Early on, our group decided that it was important that members of our partnership live or work in the watershed to be a voting member. So our structure is based around Union County. Donna Beveridge as our convener, and a steering committee representing the water interests, including ODF&W representing in-stream interests, the Union County Farm Bureau representing agricultural interests, and the City of LeGrand representing municipal interests, and OWRD as an agency representative. Everyone else is a member of the stakeholder group, which does all of our voting. And anyone who has not signed on to our memorandum can be a member of the interested public and help in any capacity that they want. And we have also technical and working groups that have helped do a lot of the legwork. And then one point I just wanted to make is that all of our decisions and votes have been made through 100% consensus, and we're really proud of that. Union County has about 25,000 people that live in it. So outreach and transparent meetings are really important to us to ensure that we could maximize the involvement of our community. Meeting for over 5 years. Our meetings are advertised in the newspaper, website, listserv, sometimes on the radio through interviews or ads, newspaper articles, phone calls, and one-on-one outreach, and then through presentations at other organizations within our community. Had about one stakeholder meeting a month and working group meetings as needed. We've had more than 100 meetings to date and more than 3,000 volunteer hours contributed. We've gone to several meetings with other organizations. The Ford Family Partner Foundation and Sustainable Northwest have allowed us to meet with the other 3 planning groups to learn from them, and that's also been great. Just as a reminder of kind of our planning area, you'll see the map of Oregon on this slide, and where Union County is kind of high desert. We share a lot of the water issues that our neighboring counties do. The aerial photograph shows the hydrologic boundary of the Upper Grand Ronde River watershed planning area overlaid with Union County, and you can see that it matches up pretty well and put Union County in a unique position to lead this effort. A few more slides to kind of give you a picture of our area. You can see that our basin is pretty large. We divided it into 8 sub-watersheds to refine concepts for improvement in each area. And you can see the hatching that public lands are about a third of our about 1,600 square miles of watershed. There's about 800 farms in Union County, and they are mostly located in the central part of the watershed, where also a lot of our cities are located. Agricultural products include horses, cattle, mint wheat, and other small operations. We have 7 cities within the watershed boundary, and I put the populations there so you could get an idea that about half of the 25,000 residents reside in cities, and the rest are within the unincorporated county area. And that this area is also the homeland of the Cayuse, Umatilla, and Walla Walla tribes, and we've been really thankful to have their support and guidance in this place-based planning process. Most of our rivers and streams are home to ESA listed species. The aquatic ones in our basin are steelhead, chinook, and bull trout, and those are the species we're really targeting to work and improve their habitats. Unfortunately, a lot of their the water quality that they rely on is not great in our watershed. Currently, water quality is below statewide standards in all 8 of the sub-watersheds, mostly for high temperature, low dissolved oxygen, and insufficient flow. However, there's also concerns with bacteria, sedimentation, and pH. So kind of a whole host of issues, a lot of them driven by low flows and high temperatures. We have really limited storage in our basin, only 7,000 acre feet of above ground or surface reservoir storage. And also our natural storage capacity is limited by a lot of our rivers being very channelized. Those are some of the general elements that kind of make up our watershed. And so after our group spent some time looking at these features, we took a shot at calculating our water budget. This was pretty challenging, and this slide represents about 2 years of work, just collecting data and trying to wrap our head around the best way to calculate water needs on a bi-weekly basis by each sub-watershed. So briefly, the way we calculated municipal demand was starting with the statewide water demand forecast that OWRD prepared, and then comparing that to actual use data from OWRD's water use reporting system. So feel pretty good about our actual use for municipal demand, about 2,000 acre feet per year of surface water and 8,000 acre feet per year of groundwater. Our agricultural demand was estimated in 2 ways. The one way was just using water rights and applying that to the number of acres that are irrigated. However, this was considered kind of a maximum amount of demand because it didn't take into account actual evapotranspiration and like timing of crops. So we calculated, we refined that by taking the distribution of crops in Union County and then calculating evapotranspiration for each of the crops using the Kimberly-Penman ET model and weather parameters from the Agrimet station in Imbler to come up with about 200,000 acre feet of surface water per year and 78,000 acre feet of groundwater per year. Our in-stream demand was calculated using just water rights to come up with about 175,000 acre feet of water needed per year. We were very challenged by the lack of methods to accurately estimate in-stream demand. And this is one of our priorities to improve this measurement. So in looking at this graph, you can see the y-axis shows the acre feet of water per 2-week period. And the x-axis shows the water year starting in October and going across. Those are the months. You can see that on an annual basis, our surface water supply curve exceeds our demand, which is the water balance, this black line. However, there are periods of extreme deficit, especially July, August, September, towards the end of the year, where it can reach up to 20,000 acre feet in a 2-week period deficit. As following the guidance, our goal was to estimate future demand out to 50 years. We made a lot of assumptions on this and are not extremely confident in our outcomes, but we can see that generally the deficits are larger and the peaks occur in a shorter time period. Municipal demand was just estimated with a 6% increase over the next 50 years. Agricultural demand was estimated using climate modeling from the WRCP 8.5 climate model, and assuming that a lot of conservation measures would be taken into account. And then in-stream demand wasn't changed because of only being able to use our in-stream water rights there. Let's see. This is a video that will go through the water year and kind of show you how demand change or how our water balance changes throughout the year. So it starts in October, and the reddish colors show deficits of water, and the bluish colors show when there is enough water or a surplus. You can see that the beginning of the water year in October, there's significant deficits. It begins to improve in December. This is January, February, as those spring flows occur, and you can kind of see how it comes into the watershed. This is April and May. There's still an abundance of water. And then right around June and July, you can quickly see it drop off and deficits occur there. So that's just kind of a visual representation of our slide. So after looking at our water balance, we got back together as a group and discussed what we felt were the largest critical issues. Surface water deficit, especially July through November, is one of our most significant issues affecting our communities. Groundwater uncertainty, I joined the meeting right when you guys were finishing talking about that last topic, and I think we probably fit in that category of not a lot of information on our groundwater conditions, wells, and whether our rates are sustainable. So wanting to look into that more. As I stated before, our surface water quality is below statewide standards. And then also we are experiencing a lot of natural hazards like flooding, fire, and drought, as Jed and Anton mentioned, sometimes in the same year. And then our final critical issue of just all these data gaps adding up to uncertainty about our situation and just hopes to improve things like increasing stream gauges or groundwater monitoring wells to understand our circumstances better. So after developing our critical issues, we identified goals and objectives to address those issues and brainstormed strategies as a group. We came up with over 100 strategies and then kind of compiled them into 9 major strategy groups to try to improve our critical issue. We provided this information to you all in the written statement, and that's also in our plan. But of our 9 strategies, our top 5 are considered our priority. Our strategies are in order of priority, and we're planning to focus on the top 5 for the first few years and then work on the other ones as time allows. This table shows the first strategy of built storage and some of the work that we're currently doing in that direction. Donna mentioned our above ground storage and in-stream flow study, as well as progressing our Catherine Creek underground storage options. Our second strategy was agricultural land management, and a lot of our focus here was taking methods that improve conservation on farmland that have been tried other areas and proving them or disproving them here. Data collection, monitoring, research is our third strategy group. And again, groundwater, water quality, and in-stream flow assessments are our highest priorities for data collection here. Our fourth strategy is non-structural storage, and we are working through existing resources like the Grand Island Watersheds Ecological Atlas to determine locations for natural storage opportunities and habitat restoration improvements. Our fifth strategy focuses on public land, which makes up a lot of our watershed, and we see lots of opportunities for improvement there. Our sixth strategy focuses on flooding, improving our resiliency in that area. There's 2 studies, one on sedimentation and one on hydraulics that we're working through with our partners. Our seventh strategy is administrative action and kind of informing our stakeholders on how to move forward if they're interested in these non-regulatory alternatives like water rights transfers and things like that. Our eighth strategy is municipal land management, focused on sharing resources between the cities and improving, or I guess updating everyone's natural hazard management plans to be FEMA compliant. Our last strategy, which kind of threads through all of them, is education and outreach. And a lot of that is focused on municipal users, helping them improve water quality in their area. So those are our goals. We hope that we'll be able to improve our critical issues using these strategies. And now Donna will share some of our next steps and lessons learned. Donna, are you on mute?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, moving forward, these are our plans moving forward. Quarterly implementation meetings, updating our group on individual member and strategy groups. So they'll be meeting in between these quarterly meetings, but at those meetings, they'll update what they've been working on. And we will update this plan every 5 years as needed. Strategy groups will meet more frequently. Top items are reinitiating a strategy group meetings, developing Oregon watershed enhancement, strategic action plan, and OWEB and OWRD funded above ground storage feasibility study and an in-stream flow study. Those are all in the grant that we have now that we're working on. Catherine Creek underground storage study for in-stream flow restoration. We do have some underground water rights up Catherine Creek. Union County integrated with city's Federal Emergency Management Agency Natural Hazards Plan, updating that plan. And then a lot of this data gap work, focusing on in-stream flow calculation. So there's a couple of in-stream studies that are going to be done, which is awesome. So there's something for all the water users in our plan forward. We will be doing side meetings between those who these are some of the lessons learned. So I always give this example. When we were putting together our MOU, the cattlemen and the tribes had a disagreement on some of the language. And so we had a side meeting with just those two groups, and they were able to agree on language that they could both live with. And then we brought it back to the whole group. That's how we worked to resolve differences. We learned the value of diverse steering committee. We made sure that we had someone from each water user interest on those committees. We learned the strength of diverse interests working together. We got to know each other. We got to realize that, whatever is important to us isn't all there is, that we could learn what's important to other people. So we learned that it's possible to have a positive experience with those with competing interests, and completing the work through technical working groups was very helpful for us. We got a lot of technical work done, and then using local talent to come to the conclusions for our local basin. Those were some of the lessons that were learned. Local individuals with competing interests have stronger relationships that help them work through difficult issues, and each interest group had to compromise and learn about other water issues. Consistent leadership. What we learned is some of the other groups changed leadership a lot, and we were fortunate that we didn't have to do that. And that really worked well for us because we didn't have to update a new person all the time on what we had already worked on. So that was very helpful for us. And hybrid meetings during COVID, obviously, we had a lot of hybrid meetings or just online, which was kind of slowed us down a little bit, but we kept going. And a need for more accessibility to agency level staff and staff resources. As the first pilot, they were learning and we were learning. So that's something in the future for others to know, and then have planning guidance available for future planning groups at the outside. Obviously, because we were the pilot and this was all being formulated, sometimes we had to wait for our guidance. maintain engagement with local stakeholders and be responsible for the local needs. The planning must be place-based. What we found out is when we met with the Ford Foundation, we met with the other 3 planning groups, that nobody is alike. We have totally different issues in each area. Even a county that would be adjacent to us would be totally different than us. So it really does have to be looking at those local needs. It's most effective when all entities, local, regional, state, tribal, and federal, work together as partners. And we need more input from the state level interest all through those steps rather than at the end. Agencies were all represented at the local level through the process, but some conflicting input was received when we had our review. We worked through that since then. Transparency on the review team and first review should include local planning group to answer questions, which I'm happy to hear that the group behind us did get to meet with the review team when theirs was first given to them. So I appreciate that. Needs that we have are state investment in more and better data on the groundwater and surface water quality, local coordination involvement from every state agency, emphasis on state investment in agency capacity, availability. Obviously, we just want you to know that investing in this planning process in the future for other groups is really of high importance, and also investing in us to be able to continue and implement some of these plans that we have, and help to engage federal partners, especially for larger studies, permitting, and funding. We did invite our federal partners to help us with that, but help with that would be greatly needed and appreciated. And prioritize state funding and projects that have undergone collaborative place-based. We're hoping that after all this work that could give us a little step up to some funding. Build on the success of our effort and expand state funding for place-based planning, which I kind of already talked about. Find ways to integrate place-based planning into your budget and the 100-year water vision and the stage utilization of federal infrastructure. And I just wanted to say a couple of things here at the end. Excuse me, gotta find my little paper here. Our major goal starting this was really in the Upper Grand Ronde was for the next 100 years, and will include OWRD, DEQ, OWRD, and the other federal partners to stand behind our plan and help us work to implement our many projects, large and small. Our top 5 strategies include built and non-structural storage. And it's important for us from the beginning that our 6 years of work that we would actually culminate into implementation and not sit on a shelf somewhere of our prioritized strategies. In order for this to happen, we will need the state of Oregon and federal partners to prioritize funding of the Upper Grand Ronde projects. We need to lay the groundwork now for those financial needs that will come in the future. Union County has many high-value crops and is important to protect our in-stream uses as well as preserving our way of life for our children and our grandchildren. If the Upper Grand Ronde pilot project succeeds, those projects following us will also succeed. If we fail, it will make it much harder for the future planning groups. Again, we thank you for your trust in us and for funding this great local project. Thank you. Any questions?
Excuse me. That was an excellent presentation. I appreciate every one of you. Just great work. Any comments, questions from commissioners? I do not see a hand up. Oh, I do. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, thank you, Chair Reeves. It was such a good presentation and so thorough. There really are no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Mall?
Yeah, and thank you as well to everyone. It's amazing how fast 5 or 6 years goes by, isn't it, in some ways? In process, I'm sure there were days it felt like the clock wasn't moving at all, given the difficulty of the issues you all have all dealt with, and the volunteer aspect of things, and the fact that your leadership remained intact during that time. I'm assuming that means you, Donna.
Me, and also, yes, that's Dana with Anderson and Perry also helping us.
It means a lot. There were just a couple of things I was curious about. I see in your presentation a little more detail that under the Ford family, the Ford family support, you all had, it looked like 4 meetings. Was that one of the formal Ford family foundation grants where they ask for a particular outcome and some follow-up for that leadership group, or was that just general support for this effort?
I think that I feel like Dana can tell me if I'm wrong, but it was for us to learn from each other and gain information on what's working and what's not working for the other groups. And so I feel like they just wanted us to share information and to help each one of us along. And so if we had something that had worked, we were able to share that with the other 3, or something that we were like, oh, don't try that. That's not a good idea. But it was really, I thought it was very valuable.
I'm not sure, maybe you all are already looking into this, but, and I think they're still doing it, but we've seen the Ford Family Foundation really make an impact, and especially in some smaller rural communities, often unincorporated communities, to give, I mean, it's a usual suspects issue, similar to what you all had. I mean, regardless of the land and water issues, it's typically the same folks that show up who care and have some time. And Ford Family Foundation, I think, really does offer good long-term support over the course of a couple of years for support, leadership training, communications training, all those things that I think from an implementation standpoint, they'd be really excited to help with. So if you have someone to reach out to their grants officers, I'd encourage you to do that. I'm also just curious, I've been in the area a few times, hunted and fished your waters and your forests a few times, and I see a little bit of creep of sort of rural residential development that's not tied to, that's more people escaping Portland or the Tri-Cities or that sort of thing. And I'm just curious collectively if that trend is something that you see. Was it something that was discussed? Was it noticeable over 6 years? Does it concern you? Especially, Donna, you referred to the way of life, which is a reflection backwards. And I'm just curious if you feel concern about those pressures and the shift in capital that could come into the community.
We've actually lost we have less people than we had 6 years ago. We don't have the creep that some of our surrounding areas have here. We do have a lot of businesses that are looking for workers, but there's really no place for those people to live. But yeah, we've actually lost people in the last 6 years.
And I guess my final question, I'm really intrigued by what the OWEB Strategic Action Plan core is going to be. I assume, Anton, that may have a lot to do with in-stream floodplain reconnection and that sort of work, but is that the direction you all are going? And is this in anticipation of a focused investment program, a FIP application?
Anton, you want to?
Sure. I'd love to chime in on that. I think we would like to go that direction. I think we are not quite there yet to figure out what it looks like, but certainly we're hoping to head that way. And I think we talk a lot about infrastructure and needs for infrastructure. It'll be important to look at some of the ways that we can help develop natural infrastructure moving forward, I think. And so certainly OWEB, I think, should expect to hear from us soon. Well, I think they've already heard from us a couple of times, actually, but more in the future. To your earlier question, though, while populations might be declining out here, property ownership should definitely change. And so it certainly is a challenge that we face with, the subdivision and parcelization of properties.
Does that answer your question?
Like he froze.
Yeah,
Anton, you froze. If you can't hear us, you might turn your video off.
Oh, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, anyway, I'm sure it's just been very profound while I was gone, but yeah, so fragmentation is an issue in that respect, but I don't know what we do about it. It's a broader trend. So.
Well, it was something that we talked about earlier in the meeting today, encouraging integration between OWRD and OWEB and DLCD and others. I mean, land use and water is so inseparable that certainly from our standpoint, if there are things that going forward in implementation and network with OWEB, the commission can do to support that, we want to be there for you.
One last question. I'm thinking about process fatigue, and which must be a factor for people who are undertaking what you guys are just the phase that you're just finishing here. And I wonder if you are, if you're all in for the implementation. Do you see change, a new people coming into the process to either help you out, allow you to ease out? I mean, I don't know whether you're even that far down the road yet on that, but I'm just curious because I know this has been a big undertaking.
Well, let's let Jed answer that. He's with the Farm Bureau, and he's one of our farmers that's put a lot of time in. Jed?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I definitely plan to continue my participation. And I think a lot of the people that have been with us along the way will do that as well. Mm-hmm. There has definitely been a sense of relief that we've kind of gotten through the planning phase, because I think once we get to implementation, the meeting schedule will be a little bit more relaxed, have less frequent meetings and more just kind of as necessary. So, mm-hmm. But yeah, I expect to see a lot of the same faces in the committees that work on those projects.
That's great. Well, Julie, did you have your comment?
Yeah,
question?
I do. And thank you, Chair Reeves. And not a question, but I just want to say how incredibly impressed I am with this plan. You have obviously done a lot of work, and you should all be really proud of yourselves for sticking with it all of these years. It's really hard to bring all of those groups together with such different needs. And so this is, to me, I see this as a very successful step. And Donna, you mentioned something that is spot on. Every community is different, every region is different. And so that's why these place-based plans are so important to address the needs of those local communities. So again, just really appreciate all the work that went into this.
Thank you. We appreciate that, because it took all of us, and I actually think it's a miracle that we've come this far. So.
Yeah, you really should be proud.
Well, we, the commission, are asked to vote to formally recognize the partnerships plan included as attachment 3 by resolution of the commission. Are our commissioners ready to act on this? Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion out there? Yes, Commissioner Kara.
Yes, I move that we vote to formally recognize the partnerships plan as included as attachment 3 by resolution of the commission.
Thank you.
And that's attachment 3 of the staff report, I should say.
And I'll second that.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the plan by resolution. So I'm just going to go commissioner by commissioner for a vote. Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Chiara?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Quemps?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
And Commissioner Reeves votes yes. And we have approved the plan. And let me just offer my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Very, very excited about this first plan getting approved. It's great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is a big day for us. This is a milestone. we feel it's a milestone for all of Oregon. I've been told a milestone for other states. We're very thankful and thankful for all the people that were on our group that were willing to work together. And I really want to thank Dana because she's done a lot of the work for us, and we couldn't have done it without her. And she's been there from day one. So thank you.
Great. Thanks to all of you and congratulations. And with that, we are adjourned for today. Commissioners and staff, I will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone.
Bye.